Good morning, everybody. It's good to see you again. As a reminder, my name is Chris Domaleski, and I'm pleased to be facilitating this group. Why don't we start with introductions again, and we'll go around the table and tell us who you are and where you're from and what your role is, and then we'll get right into the substance of the meeting. We have a busy meeting today.
Paula Vanderford, Chief Accountability Officer.
Michael Lindsay, Principal, Gulfport High School.
Stephen Hampton, Director of Accountability and Research for Lamar County School District.
Tim Martin, Superintendent, Clinton Public Schools.
Ryan Kirkendall, Director of Accountability and Research for Federal County Schools.
Not Matt Thompson from Union County. Scott Cantrell, Superintendent Monroe County. Matt could not be here today, and we're on the K-12 task force together, so I'm here to replace him.
Good morning, Kimberly Blunt, Sale Elementary School, Columbus Municipal School District.
I'm Elizabeth Ritchie, Assistant Superintendent Improvement. Tracy Jackson, a Director of Academics and Accountability, Greenville School District.
Richard Balaco, Assistant Superintendent, Knoxville County School District.
Performance, and just the little housekeeping, I want to make sure that everybody knows we're live stream, so bring those mics up closer to you if they're far away from you. If you can't hear yourself, and I can't really hear myself right now, people online probably can't hear you either, so be sure to talk into the mics.
Okay. I think we'll ask the department to start with any updates that they have before we get into the agenda. I've got the agenda projected here so you can see we're largely following up on issues that were introduced at our November meeting, and we'll be giving you progress reports in each of those, and we've got some decisions we hope to
share some time. I'll start if that's okay. So I've had an opportunity to go and speak with a couple of groups the past few weeks, and you know the issues on our agenda today are hot topics. Hopefully we can get some recommendations today so everybody has some information and can know what to expect moving forward. Of other note, we have put out new graduation rates for the states. The state's at an all-time high this year. 84% graduation rate, and between the board meeting when we put those rates out and today the feds put out national graduation rates. They were a little behind this year, so we couldn't get it in our presentation for the board, but national rate is at 84.6, so we're pretty close to meeting that national average graduation rate, so we're pretty happy about that. So, Paula, what else? Do you have some?
No. Just want to thank everybody for their participation.
Staff, MDE staff across all program offices have been working diligently since our last meeting to gather the data and the information that you've asked for. And so, as you know, this will be an ongoing cycle when we get to some of the other items on the agenda, like the science assessment and the college and career readiness acceleration component that we didn't spend any time discussing last week. We know there'll be some data requests, so we just want to thank all of the department staff and Dr. Domaleski been continuously working since the last meeting to provide that information.
We did some homework over the holidays, so we're here to report out on that. So good. If there's nothing else, then let me spend just a moment or two to remember. Reminding folks a little bit about the purpose and overview of the commission and some of the ground rules that we talked about at the previous meeting. So again, our function here is to help the department make good decisions about the design and implementation of the state school accountability system under ESSA, the Every Student Succeeds Act. And our conversations will focus on the policy priorities. We'll try to, I think we're going to get into some technical details from time to time that we try to take your policy direction, take those out of the meeting and do the technical work and bring it back to you and seek some sense from the group about whether or not the decisions that are being made and the technical work that's being done is in keeping with the policy vision of this group. And then the feedback from this group is part of a larger process, and it's received as a recommendation to the department. Important and influential recommendations, but it is just that, a recommendation. We talked about some ground rules. I won't read all of these to you again, but just to remind folks a little bit of how we decided that we'll do the work that we do in these task force meetings. We do appreciate that you're here on a timely basis, that you listen actively and attentively, allow people to be heard, and listen respectfully. I'm certain we won't agree about everything all the time, so we'll critique ideas and not people or organizations. It's my strong desire that we work towards consensus recommendations. So we'll make every effort to make sure that everybody's heard, that we hear counterpoints, and that we really try to focus on coming up with a recommendation at the end of the discussion that we can all buy into, even if that takes a little compromise from some folks, in order to be of one voice with the recommendations that come from this group. Occasionally we may not be able to do that, and if that's the case, then we may take a vote. I think we did a little bit of that even at the November meeting, and we'll just note that we did that. We took a vote, and the majority opinion was such and such. These meetings are public, so I don't think confidential information is going to be an issue, but if that ever comes up, we'll let you know. We ask that you respect that. And we'll end each meeting by making sure everybody has time to let us know about what you want to talk about at future meetings. So we want to make not just here to react to an agenda, but that you actively shape the agenda. And I certainly believe that you'll feel that that's the case with this meeting, because we're largely picking up on issues that we spent time in November talking about. We think those issues have matured. We have some data now to share with you, to conversations. But we'll end today just where we ended last meeting, which is going around the horn and asking folks to let us know if you have topics that you want to recommend. I'm sure there'll be more topics than we'll physically be able to squeeze into a meeting, but we listen very closely to your advice and recommendations about those topics. And in fact, the big topic from the November meeting, am I being heard okay? The big topic from the November meeting was talking about science assessments and their inclusion and accountability. I think when we went around, everybody said that was important, and we did devote a significant amount of real estate to this meeting to that topic, and we have some ideas to share with you. So we do listen carefully to your recommendations about what's important for us to spend our time on. Before I get into the first topic, just a few other notes. I believe Mr. Burrows sent out meeting notes from the November meeting. I'll pause here to ask if anybody has any comments they'd like to share publicly about those meeting notes. Otherwise, I just would invite you to send us, maybe send the department any notes about those notes if you have corrections or revisions that you would recommend. But let me just pause for a moment here to say, does anybody want to share any reflections or comments on the record of the previous meeting?
I only had one correction to correct Mr. Martin's title, so we still had him as an assistant superintendent. So if nobody has any other changes, then I'll get those minutes posted on the website and open for public consumption.
We can give folks, if it's okay, Alan, we can give folks maybe today's Thursday, at least give them till maybe in the day Monday, in case you haven't had a chance to read them carefully. And then if by end of day Monday there's no additional feedback, then we can get those posted. I just want to make sure everybody has ample time to read them. So they're not transcript type minutes at all. They're high level summaries of our conversations. So we just want to make sure that they're reflecting the tenor of the conversation in ways that this group is comfortable with. Okay, and I wanted to go back to the agenda just to do a quick overview of how we'll spend our time today. So we're ahead by 20 minutes already, so that's good. We'll see if we can keep on that pace. So we're for a little more than an hour. We'll check in on progress in English language proficiency. We'll take a break at 10:30. We know that these grade configurations, these schools that have both elementary, middle, and high school grades, we talked about that last meeting. There was a very promising idea that came up, and we've explored that, and we're going to spend a good bit of time talking about that. So we'll do that from 10:45 to noon. We'll break for lunch. A full 90 minutes after lunch, we'll check in on the science assessment, share with you some ideas about that. We'll take a break. I think we've just got a brief check-in on college career readiness and acceleration measures from the department. So we only have a half an hour for that. And then we're going to, not too long after 3 o'clock, we'll pause to go around and hear any kind of summary reflections and ideas for future meetings. And we'll make sure that we adjourn by 4. If we go a little ahead of pace and we get done before that, I bet folks won't be too bent out of shape. But we won't keep you here past 4. We'll stay on track to do that. So we talked at length about the progress in English language proficiency component at the November meeting. And let me start here by kind of managing expectations about what we have ahead of us with this one. We had, well, folks might remember there were 4 big ideas that were put on the table at the last task force meeting. And I'm going to skip around a little bit here with how I approach this. These are those 4 ideas that we talked about. These are substantial research questions and are going to take some time for us to truly interrogate the data and explore this to the extent that we want to inform our judgment about it. Today we're prepared to talk about option 1, and that was something that folks said they thought was a promising option and that you wanted to see some data modeled for that. So thanks to Deborah, we've been able to model some data on this new approach for aggregation. Frankly, I think it's, I probably shouldn't say this, I think it's a pretty easy decision that this is going to be an attractive option for the commission to pursue, or for the task force to pursue rather. But obviously that's your decision. So we're going to talk you through what we did to model that, what the results show, and then we'd like to kind of call the question and see if that's something that you want to endorse. We're not at the point where we can get into options 2, 3, and 4. And I know even as I said that, we said that these are going to interact. And so it's going to be hard to really judge the impact of one without seeing how it plays out with the others. It's option 3 in particular that I think is kind of at the core of all of this. So exploring different time to proficiency goals. So I just want to let you, that's why I say managing expectations. We're not going to be able to share research with you on that until the February meeting. It's ongoing, it's in process, and in fact the department also has a connection with Dr. Pete Goldschmidt at, I can't remember the institution he's with, but he's with CCSSO at Cal Poly, I think, is the institution he's with. He's a national expert on issues related to progress in language proficiency, and Pete has been working with the TAC, he's been working with the department, and we've got an arrangement for him to continue to work with us to model some of these options and to be a partner to us as we explore it. I actually hope Pete can join us either in person or via webinar at a future meeting as we talk about it some more. But again, all this was a long-winded way of saying today we're going to be able to focus on number 1. We have not forgotten about options 2 through 4. We will be together again inside of a month, and we'll be doing more earnest exploration into those options. And when we do that, depending on what you say about option 1, we'll show you those results with that aspect implemented. So let me go backwards a little bit now. So that was, again, just positioning this in the range of issues that we're going to talk about. I thought it might be useful for us to spend just a moment or two making sure everybody's clear about what this component and accountability model is. I never want to race right through it and assume that everybody has a clear understanding of all the technical aspects of it. Recall that English language progress is built around a progress goal, and that goal is a minimum score needed to achieve proficiency at year 5 or graduation. And the way that works is we take the prior year score, divide by the number of years the student has remaining, and we calculate a progress rate. I'm looking at that second bullet now. It's going to be a value between 0 and 1 because it's a percentage. where we look at the progress goal. So we say, what's the total amount of progress the student needs to make in 1 year? How much progress did the student make in the most recent year? So if the student, for example, needed to needed 50 points to meet the target, and the student got 40 of those points, you just say what percentage is 40 of 50? It's 80%. That student gets a 0.8. So that's the value between 0 and 1. If a student exceeds their goal, they don't get a rate higher than 1. And those are aggregated at the school level in order to fulfill that component of the EL progress. We also talked, and this is related to one of the options that we shared with you last meeting. If students don't exit the program within 5 years, there's a reduction in the amount of points. So if we're talking about a student who should have exited already, but let's say that student meets their proficiency target in year 6, then they only get 75% of the points that they otherwise would have earned. If it's 7 or more years, then they get half of those points. And again, we talked about that a little bit at the previous meeting, and that may be something that we explore again moving forward. But again, let me just pause to say, does everybody understand, is there any general questions about how this is calculated before we show you what we did to model this new method of aggregation? So EL progress is intended to have a 5% influence on outcomes. And so for schools that are on the 700-point scale, and I'm just going to use those as shorthand. I'm going to say 700-point scale to mean a scale that has a maximum value of 700, and I'll talk about a 1,000-point scale because it's going to come up throughout the meeting today. Then it can have as much as a 50-point influence. So I talked about that slide. So the current method of aggregation, and this is now we get squarely into the heart of that first option that we talked about in November. The first method is we calculate all the components apart from EL progress separately, determine what number of points that the school earned, and subtract the difference between the earned EL points and the maximum points they could have earned from their total. So there's this adjustment at the end. So if they could have, and Alan, you should step in here if I'm going to speak, if they could have received as many as 50 points, but they got 35 points, then they'll get a 15-point subtraction from their aggregate score. We noted at the previous meeting that a limitation of that approach is that English progress only can have either no effect or a detrimental effect. But it won't have a beneficial effect for schools that have that component, and that was an issue that the task force said it was a priority to address. So what the department did was model an alternative approach where all of the points earned on the other indicators are adjusted. So basically, you say we're going to take 5% away from all of the other elements in the model. So you can only get, instead of 100 points, 95 points on an element that's otherwise a 100-point element. And so you're encumbering a separate category for the EL progress points, and then that category gets added for those schools that have those components. Now, if a school doesn't have the EL component, then they don't get those sort of adjustments across the board for the non-EL components. If they do have the EL component, then again, it's sort of I think it's a truer reflection of the 5% influence that it's intended to have in the model. And again, it's operationalized by simply awarding 95% of earned points on the other indicators, such that there's 5% for the EL progress. That is added at the end. So here's the big reveal. You may say, what happens when we do that? How does that change results? And we've got some data to show you. I'll walk you through each of these so it's clear. I'll start with a summary of the finding. It doesn't have a dramatic impact overall. It doesn't hurt any schools, and it slightly helps schools that have an EL component. And I'll be a little more specific about that as we move forward. But the first thing that we're doing is this is just two distributions side by side, and you can see. Let me see if I can figure out the pointer here. Oh, good. Many of you are looking up here. I'm pointing over here. Sorry. On the left-hand side is the old method. So this is what I'm looking at is schools on the 1,000-point scale. It's kind of tilted sideways. So imagine a histogram of points from, here are the lowest points that schools are earning in the model, and here are highest points that schools are earning in the model. And it's kind of a bell-shaped distribution here. And that distribution looks very similar is the point of this graph. The old method on the left and the new method on the right, we largely see a very similar, almost completely identical distribution. And that's the same for 700 points, the 700-point scale in addition to the 1,000-point scale. So again, those schools that were at very low performing are still there, high performing are still there, and the primary cluster of schools in the middle looks largely unchanged. So it does not have a dramatic impact is one of the things that we want to emphasize from a review of the results. This is a little bit more fine-grained here. So this is a scatter plot of old points versus new points. And again, let me orient folks to this. So you've got the old points on the x-axis, on the horizontal axis, and you've got the new points on the y or the vertical axis. And from that line that goes from bottom left to upper right is an identity line, which means anytime a point falls on that line, they got the exact same score. And each point is a school. So all we're doing here is we're plotting the schools, old versus new, because we want to see a couple of things. We want to see the magnitude of the shift in points, and I just think this is easier to do visually than to do in text. We want to see the magnitude of the changes, and we also want to see kind of where those changes occur, right? Because it might matter to you if only lower schools that are getting lower points are benefiting, and not schools that are getting more points. And the news is largely favorable, I think, in terms of its impact. You can tell. So there's these dots that are slightly above the identity line. Those are the schools that are getting a little boost. They are. You can tell it's not a major boost because they're just. There's a slight increase in the amount of points that they're getting. And so most schools stayed the same. Most schools are right on that identity line. And in fact, it looks like the schools that are highest performing and low performing, both on the 1,000-point and the 700-point scale, didn't shift. It's a minor increase for schools sort of along the range here. All schools. That's a very good point. It's a very good point. Yeah.
Have an EL population, and those, I think also you'll see that there's a decent amount that have a zero impact. And if I need to pull up that data, I can.
The last thing that we're going to show you here is grade distributions, because I think that too is something that folks now this is a bit of an eye test for me. Okay, I can see it behind me, so I'll just look behind me and see. So again, the story here is that it only helped, it didn't hurt any schools. And it theoretically could hurt. So I don't want to miss that point. It's not that it couldn't possibly cause a school to decline. It depends on if the points that you're getting from the EL component exceed the points for those schools that were, quote, taken away on the other components. But in this case, it didn't change the outcome such that any school saw a decrease in points. So all the A's are still A's. There was, on the 700-point scale, there were 7 schools that, make sure, yeah, that their new grade became a B, and then those 133 stayed a B. There were some schools that those little numbers there, so 7, 9, 8. Yeah, I have to look at that. What is that size?
there were 7, because that's an eye challenge for me as well. There were 7 A schools that dropped to a B. Is that the color? Okay. On the left side?
There's a 1 on the 1,000 scale.
I'm looking at the 700 scale. So it says 95, but then next to the B, there's a 7 with the purple bar. So my assumption is that they moved from an A to a B. Is that move from a B to an A? Okay. Okay.
That's, thanks, Chris.
Yeah, there's a little color. Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out, are we going? Okay.
Krista, you untangled me, thank you, because it's the color that's masked, and actually the fact that it's plotted with the B, this is where I was confused, thank you. Yeah, means that it was a B, so what's on the horizontal axis was what they got in the old system, the color is what they got in the new system, thanks for that. So those would indicate schools that moved up.
And that does include all schools that did not have the components, correct?
Yes. So the fact that most schools are saying the same is probably overwhelmingly influenced by that. Yeah, so I'll say that again. You've got, on the 700 scale, you've got 7 schools that went from B to A. On the, you've got 9 schools that went from C to B. And yeah, you can see here, I realize now the color's masked. C and 5 that went from F to D. And then those numbers are 1, 3, 2, and 2 respectively for the 1,000-point school. So.
Yeah.
Right. That's correct.
For accountability.
Do you know that, Alan? I don't know if I know that.
Question?
The question was how many schools have the N size to have this component in accountability?
On the 1,000 scale, it's 49. On the 700 scale, it's 126. Districts, it's 78.
Just those schools.
The 1,000 scale, there's 46. The 700 scale, there's 126. And districts, 78 that have it.
So did that chart, if you could go back, does that chart also include districts or is it just the schools?
Just schools. And you're just summing up the ones that have the, yeah.
Of the 46 that changed a grade. In a positive direction.
So we're just acknowledging that for the 1,000-point schools, there were 8 schools that got a grade change of 1 grade in a favorable direction. And on the 700-point scale, there were 29 schools that saw a change in grade in a favorable direction. I think one of the things to remember that influenced this task force exploration of this issue was wanting this to not just be a penalty, right? That you reward schools for improving the performance of students with respect to proficiency in the English language, making progress in proficiency of English. So I think it does have the nice attribute of creating a system where it's not strictly punitive.
There was a 1,000 scale school that did drop from an A to a B. It was a school identified 189. Went from 760 to 743.
School in my analysis. Ryan, let me see. And you're picking that up from what? Is this analysis that you did?
No, it's the same spreadsheet.
Is it?
Copy got a filter on. What's the column switch? Double checking.
So you said school 189. Yeah, looking at the data, it looks like their EL progress was 41.6%. So that's
Yeah, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just pointing it out.
It didn't show up on these data. I don't know. We'll have to look into why it didn't show up on these data. Maybe there's some filter here that
That was the only one though from the 1,000.
you found. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, that would definitely be an outlier for EL progress.
Well, and I did acknowledge it's theoretically possible. So apparently, it's more than theoretical, according to Ryan. So. Folks, you understand how that can happen. Again, because I like to think of it like this. It's like you're borrowing points from the other component and you're replacing it with points from the EL component. And it just becomes a question of, as you're reducing the amount of points that you could be earning from proficiency, for example, are the points that you're replacing it with on the EL progress greater or less than or no different than?
I think it's important to point out, and that's this is a good example. So we have a A-rated high school that has exceptional proficiency rates in math, science, reading, but their EL progress measure is exceptionally low compared to others, being less than half of their EL students making progress. So this is an example where an area of concern does have a negative impact, and it should. So.
Thanks, Ryan, for pointing that out. So that's the data that we have to share with you today, and my question for the task force is, how would you like to proceed? Do you feel this is an approach that you would recommend the department adopt, or not?
Can I clarify what we're answering with this question? So are we basically answering, do you prefer reallocation to subtraction? Is that essentially the question we're answering?
That's a fair way to put it.
Obviously, yes. Yeah, this is not going to exclude those other issues that we're looking at. That overall goal, 90%, 70%, 80%, whatever it is, and then of course the non-linear progress adjustment that we're looking at doing. So.
And the point to make is, as when Dr. Domaleski started, 3 is the center of the whole thing. So the data we're looking at is completely going to shift once they do number 3. So this is just looking at some sample stuff from last year that's honestly going to be totally different once you do number 3. So just giving you an idea.
What other comments do people have on this issue?
graduate, but they don't necessarily have to have the Lost Links proficiency to mean anything. They can tank it and still, and from the teachers that I've talked to, they say it's real easy to not comprehend or not understand or just do poorly on the Lost Links test. And so I think that got thinking as far as I know, and I'm just, that was just one of those things, is thinking that the negative impact.
Yeah, and I get what you're saying. It's a federal requirement to have to.
I get the totally different measures, you know.
But why is Lost Links exclusively tied of EL programs?
Within the state, the exit criteria are level 4 or 5 on Lost Links, as well as a level 4 or 5 in the reading and writing components. Is that right? Overall reading and writing, yeah. Now, we can set the exit criteria as a state to look at other indicators beyond just that ELPT. But for the progress to proficiency, it is based on the assessment.
I'm not saying not that.
Well, I think I want to fix the other problem of letting them stay with EL services, even if they are scoring well on Lost Links.
No, they're not. See, that's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying, though. But what's that policy? Like,
okay,
it shouldn't be an accountability fix. Like, we don't want kids to purposely tank Lost Links. So how do we fix that that policy in order to allow kids to continue to receive some services rather than trying to do something in the accountability system? Because that's what's broken.
I agree. The perception is that once they score proficient on the Lost Links, that they're no longer. And I would say in our district, those students are still monitored, and they're still, you know, they're just not receiving, you know, they're not being pulled from, you know, to receive those extra services that non-monitor students are receiving.
We have that same problem where this, you know, high school students especially have gotten to be smart enough when they're in the Lost Links, when they're in the EL program, they know that the floor for their grade is a 65. That's the lowest they can earn in a class. They're going to get that 65. We can't, and so they purposefully, I mean, and it's you know, are tanking that. We're trying to educate them to say, look, you know, if you exit, we're still going to monitor you. We're still going to give you services. We're still going to give you support. But the talk among that community, and it's pretty strong. We've got parents that don't want their kids to take. They're scoring 4s and 5s on the English 2 or MAP test at the lower grades, and the parents don't want them to take the Lost Links test. And we actually had to call the department and say, do we have to force them to take it? Yes, we do. But they don't want to take that test. They don't mind taking the state test, but they don't want to take that Lost Links test because they're afraid they'll score and have to be put out of the program. And we're like, you're not going to be put out of the program. We're going to monitor you. We're going to give you support. But to them, it's an end game that they don't want to do. And so, what we talked about, several of us had talked about was, and either or, in the old days, you had to do both. You had to have proficiency on the state test and score, you know, and we took that linking out so that you didn't have to do both, and that's a good thing. But I think the idea is an either or. So if you score a 4 or 5 on the, you know, English or reading test, then shouldn't that show that you have English proficiency? I mean, you can read and you can write at a pretty high level.
I don't disagree with you, but the federal requirement says that you still have to test English language acquisition as part of the indicator, and that was what had held up the approval of the Mississippi ESSA plan to start with. So I understand what you're saying. I think my bigger concern is being able to communicate that if you do score well on Lost Links, we'll continue to provide you services, and how can we get that message out and assure kids that we want you to perform well, so your school accountability rating reflects that, but we're not going to kick you out of a program.
Because of course you're going to provide them with support, but once they complete that program, it might not be as much support as they got before, because at that point you have new EL students that are coming in that you're going to have to support. So we will continue to monitor.
Move into a monitoring stage where you're not being pulled and worked with every day.
Than actually services. So there is a difference, and if you were to communicate anything different to parents, that would be not telling them the truth at that point, because the whole goal is to get you to the point where you can exit the program and hopefully be able to be successful without all of the extra support. And I know in my district, those positions are district funded, so there is no additional monies out there to provide additional EL instructors. Now, if we had that, that would be really great, that we would be able to keep those students in that program, but that's just not possible. So we want to exit you so that we can continue to support other students as they're coming in. So that's just a reality.
But then I think you have to take into account what other systems as a school or as a district should we have in place to continue to support those students. So at that point, once they exit, could we as districts or schools not ensure that we use the RTI process and include MTSS? Mm-hmm. And then a lot of times they do value that relationship that they build. Mm-hmm.
I think that's an indicator across the state that our EL teachers are providing much more than just English proficiency services. It's the relationships, it's the social and emotional needs, it's the trust that the parents have in those EL teachers. I think that says a lot about what they're doing, and they don't want to lose that 75 minutes or 94 minutes with that teacher each day who communicates with the parents and provides that service.
Or even with other students in that atmosphere, having other students of like cultural backgrounds.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So I'm sorry. I agree with you.
While we were talking, I was looking at the district data. I didn't find any districts that that had a point reduction with this new approach. Which means it wouldn't be possible for a grade to have reduced. I found a range of 13 to 29 points.
The change from the old method to the new method. So it could be that this school was reduced in points in both the old method and the new method. But what he's looking at and what he was graphing was the change from across the two methods. So,
oh, okay, yeah. I'm looking at the official grade as my starter. So we're looking at two different bases.
Well, and I see the official grade didn't have an EL component, right?
That's right.
Yeah, so that wouldn't be a fair comparison, right?
That's true. The truth is, I know the subtraction is not going to be better for anybody, so I didn't look at that.
Yeah. And I think, I think the key takeaway.
Well, I feel better because
it's impossible.
I was worried about why our results weren't matching, but I mean, I don't feel like if there's two competing methods,
Oh yeah, yeah.
One method versus no method was
Oh
the
yeah,
right comparison.
subtraction to reallocation, everybody went up. Absolutely. Yeah.
Right, and then there's opportunity for schools and districts to actually earn points from the new method, whereas before it was
Based on how you did.
0
Yeah.
or negative. Yeah.
I feel much better already that we're not sort of tangled up in a data issue. Yeah, but again, I probably the third time I've said it. It's still theoretically possible, but I think it's important to see empirically what we're observing.
Even the district that we looked at, that went from an A to a B on the old would have been an A to a B in this new model. It point-wise, it's better off with this new model than it was in the old model. So yeah, it dropped, but not as far as it would have dropped under the old model. So it's still a positive. I mean, it's across the board.
So I know we're way ahead of schedule, but we have plenty to do, so I'm not going to worry if we get ahead of schedule.
Any thought that, okay, if we adopt this, is there any thought, especially number 3, you're looking at that, if it gives, is there any thought that 2, 3, or 4 in the other issues would skew it in such a way that we're going to have to come back and say, okay, we don't want to do the addition model? Or is that, I mean, that's not too far away, but
I think it's a fair point, and it would be easy when we bring new analysis to this task force to show you that, what reallocation versus subtraction, if that'll make folks feel better. I think the effect is so uniform and constant that I'd be surprised if that's the case. But I'm happy to make a note that we should take another look at it as we explore the other options.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that it would be this what we're looking at, the data that we're looking at now still incorporates that that expectation at 90%. So I mean, essentially, if we lower that, we're going to be looking at
a lot more points being added.
Right, and then less differentiation, and then that's the concern. So we got to make sure that we are properly creating a distribution that is both on one end of the district, on one end higher, on the other end lower. I mean, we have to have both sides. So
my fear is, I mean, we came into this starting that those of us with EL subgroups felt like we were behind the game. We were hamstrung because we were being hurt. If we're not careful, this by itself helps level the playing field. But if we're not careful and we add those other things too, we could make a situation where those districts without a subgroup are screaming, saying, well, wait a minute, we want a subgroup.
Yeah, we don't want to do that.
Because, they're getting too much of a plus from this 5%. So we've got to, you want to balance it on both ends so that it's leveling the playing field and not skewing it the other direction. Although I'm one of those, I'll take the points and.
Looking at the data, is there a percentage of EL progress, let's just say for the 1,000-point schools, that's the break-even point where you don't lose any points or gain any points? Is there a set score? Not a set score, but maybe a range? Or does that depend on how you do on the other components?
I think if you want a rule of thumb with that, you'd want to look at indicators of where sort of mean and modal performance is on, say, things like proficiency and growth, because it's going to tend to be around those values. So as an example, if for a school that's getting about 75% of their points in proficiency, which is high, I think, then the EL progress will help if they do better than 75% of their available points there, and it would hurt if they did a little less than 75%.
Quick sort, it looked like that 69% to 70% for the 1,000-point scales was a no change. I guess it's just looking at some of the data. Whereas in some of the elementary, in some of the 600, 700 points schools, it was the 44 to 50 range progress.
I think the difference in the 1,000-point schools and the 700-point schools again goes back to that range of years. You see a lot more volatility in the 700-point schools as far as movement and in the districts as far as movement than you do in the 1,000-point schools. Doesn't hurt anybody, but you don't see the plus factor. And I think that's because of the number of years in that number 3 that we're looking at. Y'all been-
For a school in ELA. So if 70% of their EL population gets their proficiency points, so those 5 points at 70% would be added to that, so it would increase. Based on the 70%.
A couple points here. It's going to be at the school level. So I mean, it's depending on where the school is on those indicators that are being reallocated. So again, the central question is, are the components that are, is the component that's being added greater than, less than, or the same as the components that are being reallocated? And that's going to answer the question of whether it hurts or helps. Compared to subtraction, we find that it consistently helps. Now that, I don't want to confuse that with point number 4. That's a slightly different issue, which I may have confused by using 75 as an example. So that particular issue, and again, this one's going to be fairly straightforward, I think, to model, and the impact is going to be pretty predictable. Right now, the scale is structured so that a school is going to get the maximum number of points, which is either 35 or 50 respectively, if 90% of their students are meeting their progress goals. And one of the items that came before this task force as an option to consider in November was, would it make sense to roll that back to 70%, essentially lower the ceiling on the scale? And a rationale for that could be that that's consistent with the long-term goal and the state's ESSA plan. So again, I think that one is straightforward for us to explore, and the impact is predictable, but let's look at that one as we look at 2 and 3 at the future meeting.
And also, can we make note that when we do see the data for number 4, if we could include the difference with districts as well?
So I've got 2 points I've taken care to note. One is to make sure that as we look at the future analyses, 2 through 4, that we continue to go back and look at how it's interacting with 1. And then the point that, remind me of your name, please.
Kimberly.
Kimberly just made, to include districts in our analyses in the future. So those are noted. With those notes, we call the question on this. Does the task force recommend moving forward to the reallocation approach in lieu of the subtraction approach? Okay. Any dissenting views? Okay. I think we've got a pretty clear voice from the task force on this one.
And so one point of clarification, I had a lot of questions before we moving this item to the commission in February, to the board within the ACA process. In my opinion, I think it's a little bit premature to start making, policy decisions with the business rules until we come back. But I know districts are anxious to see the commission approval process and the board approval process move forward to begin the APA, because this is the last day of January. But I just think it's premature to do that until we come back to the next meeting and look at the interaction of 2 through 4 with this option.
Now, let me also point out that the way in which these points were, the way in which these points impacted the composite score was not laid out in the business rules. This is kind of more of a business process, so we wouldn't necessarily have to change anything in the business rules. Now, we could add this as language in the business rules if we wanted to. But again, if we talk about other issues here, then
holder perspective. And so they see something moving through the approval process, there's a concern that it's not occurring. We just want to be able to clearly, communicate why it's not.
They want it fixed yesterday.
That's correct. I mean, and understandably so. But, you know, just want to be able to communicate to district personnel and stakeholders why we're not seeing any action items being put forth for the commission or the board at this point.
So I'm going to recommend we keep moving. Again, we're a little ahead of schedule. Are folks okay? We were going to break between issues, but we've not even 10 yet, so we're okay to keep going? At the school level. Yeah, because the 70% refers to the percent of students at the unit, either school or district. Good point. Okay, so this next issue is one we did quite a bit of homework on, and the central issue is grade configurations for schools that have both elementary and middle grades in addition to high school grades. And let me just spend a few moments making sure everybody understands the central problem we're looking to solve. Schools with certain of these non-traditional grade configurations that cover both high school and elementary and middle may receive an accountability score that some have argued may not be representative of performance. And people have noted in particular that when you look at these schools that some of them would receive higher grades if you separated out elementary and middle, the 700-point scale from the 1,000-point scale, and say, hey, you know, what about this school that would have gotten a C here and a C here, but it's getting a D overall? That seems counterintuitive, and what can we do to address that? So that was the problem that we talked about at the November meeting. There was a plan, great credit to Christy for this, that was developed at the last task force to produce a modified accountability score for schools with those configurations. And the high level, I'll talk about it at a high level, then I'll break it down, because one of the things you said after the last meeting was, write it all down for us, talk us through it piece by piece, so we'll do that. And then you're going to probably get a level of detail that you wish you didn't get. So the high-level process is, there's sort of two main steps. First, you have to transform the points associated with the 700-point scale to the 1,000-point scales, and then weight those two scales in proportion to enrollment. That was one of the great ideas that Christy brought to the commission last time. So if, for example, you're getting 20%, your enrollment is 20% high school grades, 80% elementary middle grades, then the high school grades would have 20% influence on the score, and the other grades would have 80% influence. So that's the general model that we talked about. So since that meeting, first we laid out more details about how the process would work. And so let me talk you through it, and then ultimately where I'm going is I'll share with you kind of what we found when we did this. So the first thing is to separately calculate an accountability score for those elementary and middle grades on the 700-point scale than the high school grades. Then you have to create a concordance to transform the 700-point scale to the 1,000-point scale. That turned out to be a lot harder than we thought. Bookmark that for a second. Determine the proportion of students enrolled in the elementary and middle grades and those enrolled in the high school grades. Here's an example. Imagine you had a school serving grades 6 through 12 that had 500 students. Let's say 200 of them were in grades 6 through 8, and 300 were in grades 9 through 12. Then the 200 is 40%, the 300 is 60%. So they get a weighted composite score, which is step 4, where you take the points from step 2, and you just multiply it by the 700, the formally 700-point scale by a 0.4, and the points for the 9 through 12 by a 0.6. Composite score. Again, it's weighted based on enrollment. So far, so good. So scale concordance turned out, so again, I'll make sure I don't lose anybody as we go. Remember, the central problem that we're isolating now is how do we turn those that 700-point scale into something that looks like a 1,000-point scale. Or another way to say that is, based on how this school is doing on the 700-point scale, how do we predict they would be doing if that was a 1,000-point scale? Because we can't really combine those two scales unless they're apples and apples. I mean, mathematically we can, right? We can squish them together, but it's not going to give us a meaningful number. So there were 3 ways that we looked at, and spoiler alert, it's method number 3 that we're going to suggest is the best way through this. Although none of them are without some issues to talk about. So one way to do it is to do a proportional approach. So again, transforming that 700-point scale to a 1,000-point scale, you could simply say, well, if they earned 70% of their points on this scale, give them 70% of their points on this other scale. That's pretty easy. The second way, and this is the way that I imagined at the last meeting that we would be moving forward, is an equal percentile. So the way we would do that is you don't look at the actual points earned, you look at the distribution of school performance. And if, for example, a school is at the 70th percentile of the distribution on the 700-point scale, go over here to the 1,000-point scale and find the point that's also at the 70th percentile of the distribution. I could say this a couple different ways to make sure I don't lose anybody. I'll pick new numbers. Let's say you've got a school that's doing really well. It's a 90th percentile school, meaning that they're doing better than 90% of schools in the distribution. 10% of the schools are outperforming that school. If that's how they're doing in the elementary and middle school scale, say what point on the high school scale mirrors that? Where's that 90th percentile high school? Let's pick that value and let's call that a corresponding value. Again, that works pretty well, and and you can get to overlapping distributions very nicely with that. But one thing we discovered as we looked at this was that the grade cuts are not at the same percentiles. I know that they were initially set at the same percentiles, and I've sort of wrung my hands a little bit about why this is the case now, but I think the short way to say it is they've drifted over time. And that's not necessarily a bug, that's sort of a feature. We always wanted those to be criteria, not norms, for the state accountability model. But it does mean that you can't, if for example, an elementary school gets let's say a score that's right at that C cut, that doesn't, using equal percentile or proportional, it doesn't mean that the resulting high school score is necessarily going to be right at the C cut. It could be a little above, it could be a little below. And when we're trying to solve what I call these counterintuitive patterns that I sort of led the conversation with, that's going to be something less than a complete solution. So so what we did was we decided, well, let's just back to looking at the scale and not the distribution of performance. Now, if we only had to match 2 points, this would be really easy. And by the way, if anybody ever says you never use your high school algebra, after this meeting, you'll be able to say they were wrong. I'm gonna make you think back to your high school algebra before we're done here. So we can easily draw a point with 2 lines. I mean, with 2 points, right? We can draw a line with 2 points. So I can say, let's pick 2 cuts to match. Maybe we're going to match the A cut and the B cut, and we'll shoot a line through those scales, and we can do that pretty easy. But what about the B cut and the C cut, right? We care about those too. So what we need now is a function that matches those scales as closely as possible. So here's. So I tinkered with a lot of different solutions, and what I'm going to recommend is that this quadratic function ended up matching the scales the best. And what this graph here shows is, so you've got the 2 scales on the different axes. You got the 700-point scale on the horizontal axis, you got the 1,000-point scale on the vertical axis, and those vertical lines that cut through the graph are where the grade cuts are on the 700-point scale. Right, so you've got a 442 for the AB cut. So one of the things that mattered a lot as we were looking at this is, are we getting pretty close to the grade cuts when we're matching the scales? And then you see a couple of different things here that are being graphed. This is the linear solution I talked about. You just take 2 points and draw a line based on those 2 points. Matches relatively well at the grade cuts, but it gets really off on the low and the high end of the scale. That can have some impact that is not desirable, and it can create sort of opposite counterintuitive problems where you have artificial inflation of scores that I think is equally problematic. But it's this smooth blue line that is the quadratic function. So again, harking back to your high school algebra. So you just take, so we're just making this a slightly curved function that has a squared component in it that creates this inflection point. And the line of interest here is that function overlapping the target function. The target function is if, and again, I'm sorry if this is just overwhelming you with stuff you didn't want to hear about. The target function is if we essentially did multiple regressions for each unit in the scale. So we did one from 0 to the D cut, one from the D cut to the C cut, and we did linear interpolation along the line within those ranges. So again, I'm calling that the target function, and that's what's represented by the red hash line. So even if that is not something you care a lot about, I think this is something you'll care about. So using that that solution, that quadratic solution for mapping the two scales, this is kind of the big reveal about what we found that it does to the outcomes here. And I think the news overall is quite good. This overwhelmingly works very nicely. And now that this technical stuff is being done in the background, then it's operationally very smooth to implement, because now all I have to do is give the department sort of an equation to transform the 700 to the 1,000 point scale, and then for these schools that are going to have this squished score, it's going to be part elementary, middle, part high school. Then you're going to get that that composite that works in the way you want it to. But if you go through and you look at all the schools now that, and let me take care to break down where we are in this graph, because I think, again, this is something that you'll primarily care about. Look at each of these kind of double rows here, and I'll just talk you through the first one, and then hopefully that'll help you with the subsequent ones. So there were 4 schools, that's what the N means. There were 4 schools that had this, they would have gotten an A for both the 700 point and the 1,000 point components, okay? Under the old system, all 4 of those schools were getting a B overall. That's a problem. That's why I put it in red. And that's why we're talking about this in the first place. Under the new system, all 4 of those schools get an A. So we say, yep, that matches my expectation. I got an A on this part, I got an A on this part, I should get an A overall. So the second one, there were 11 schools that got an A or a B, and in creating this table, it was a matter of indifference which one was which. But there were 11 schools that got an A on one of them and a B on another one of them. Now, to me, the only, quote, wrong answer here is that they come out with a C, right? Because you say, look, if I got an A and a B, how can I get a C? But under the old system, one of those schools got a C. That's a problem. 10 of those schools got a B. Under the new system, 6 of those schools, 6 of those AB schools get a B, 5 of them get an A. So some of those Bs moved to an A, and the C got fixed. Presumably the C is now a B.
So let me point out just real quick here. So one thing that we were hearing before was that it was really difficult, if not impossible, for these schools to get an A. So here, just looking at these first 2, you see that we would have 9 A's in this distribution of schools, and this includes K-12 configurations of 6-12, 7-12, 8-12.
That's our 81 schools, right? That would be, so basically we would have the 2 categories, the traditional or conventional and the non-traditional or non-conventional, with traditional being defined as 9 through 12 or 10 through 12, correct? And then non-traditional, any configuration that's not 9, 12, 10, 12. So, will districts be able to replicate this when they're calculating their data? Like,
that's one of the reasons why I really wanted a single formula to transfer the scales. So the answer is yes.
So have your quadratic equation with you. Do you mind telling us?
Exact equation? I can pull it up during the break and give it to you. Yeah. But let me point out a few other things that I think we're going to want to discuss. Yeah, no, that's okay. And it means that I don't want to quite reify the solution yet because it's not perfect. It's not perfect yet, and it's really promising. So it solves most of the problems. There was one case. Man, this bummed me out when I found this. There was one case where, see, look at these 5 schools that got a D on each component. So of those 5 schools, current or old system, 3 of them got an F. That's highlighted in red. That's a problem, right? 2 of them got Ds. Under the new system, 1 of those schools stays an F. I happen to know that school got a 509. The cut's 510. That was like, wow, close but no cigar. But yeah, we go from 1 F, 4 Ds, from 3 Fs, 2 Ds for that school. So there's a little bit of a but the more important point is not that one school. The more important point is there's no guarantee that this would forever, amen, solve the counterintuitive pattern. And again, you have to imagine the confluence of factors that has to happen for that to be the case. There's 2 components. One component for that school was particularly low. It also happened to be the component where the enrollment was heavily weighted. And so, you look at that, somebody could argue that that's something that is not unexpected. And then there's one other thing. I highlighted this one in blue and put a little asterisk here. But this can also happen. We sort of created a new problem. Here's a school that got a C in each component and now is getting a B. So you might say, wait a minute, how can that be? That would be a fair question. Got a C here, now I'm getting a B. So there was a little inflation. And the answer to how could that happen is there's a little bit of a boost on that scale transformation. So you're getting, again, everything in the measurement world, is sort of impacted by a little bit of error, and it doesn't perfectly overlap. And so that little bit of boost in one case created a situation
Chris,
had a favorable counterintuitive result. Yes, ma'am.
That's for my clarification. So the B would come about because the enrollment in that particular grade configuration was possibly higher, which means the percentage is higher.
Yeah, they probably had a situation where I didn't spend as much time looking at that school, but there was probably a situation where one of those Cs was a really high C, and that's where they also had most of their enrollment. Yeah. And then compounded with the fact that that scale transformation had a little bit of error that in this case advantaged the estimation of new performance. So, that's the story. It overwhelmingly works. You get, as Alan pointed out, I think you get a distribution that many people would say is matches what you would expect and what's reasonable. The ones I didn't highlight in red mean that I think that's entirely within expectation here. In some cases, they were in the old system, but the impact is pretty favorable throughout. What I would probably, I think there's 2 ways that we can move forward with this. Well, maybe even 3 ways. What I'd like to see the task force do today, I'll just put my cards on the table, is to say, we think this methodology is promising and we think we should move forward implementing the methodology, but give the department some permission to do a little bit of continued technical tinkering, particularly to see if we can eliminate these counterintuitive findings. And I think one of the ways is we might be able to tinker the scale with the scale transformation function, which is partially why I'm happy to share with you what we have, but also think some additional exploration might help us to smooth out some of these results. It may also be a case where the department wants to adopt a business rule. Now that gets messy, and I don't like that, and I know Deborah and Alan don't like it, so sorry to say it publicly, where you have like a business rule that says if we end up with one of those DDF patterns, that there'll just be a manual change for that school and say we're going to make that 509 a 510 because that's just a result that we don't think is defensible. And again, I think it would be rare. I think you could always count on one hand the number of times that happens in a given year, but we know it's possible, so we ought to be honest about it. The other thing is, there is a way to avoid that, and that is if you just create something that's going to be harder to replicate, which is just a total correspondence table where you have a column on the left and a column on the right, and it just maps every point on the 0 to 700 scale to a point on the 0 to 1000 scale. It's easy to do mathematically. That's the thing I was telling you that gives you the little red target line on the function that I mentioned. But it's not as clear that that will be operationally feasible, and it will be more difficult for people to replicate. Not impossible, but we can sort of fix this thing forever, and if we end up with a more complicated scale transformation solution. I know that was like drinking from a fire hose. That was a lot.
In other words,
yeah.
With the last thing you said, the creating the table, that would be in not using this quadratic regression, but using each linear function within the grade bands. Is that correct? So then that would match exactly those target lines as opposed to that quadratic that does not match exactly, thus giving you a little bit of error. The target lines would eliminate the error.
Perfectly said.
That work in both directions? So, for instance, your B school in blue, but your F school in red, like that would come into play on both of those type situations?
I feel 99% certain that as long as we're matching the grade cuts, which is that those counterintuitive patterns would go away. Yeah.
That takes away the error, then why not do that? Which
all in on that.
Which has you, in essence, 5 different linear formulas, but if you put them on a scale, it should be easy to replicate. It just depends on which grade band that you're in. The formulas would be different.
Yeah, there's 2 ways you could think about it. Again, you're right on it, and I totally agree with the way you're framing it. I mean, there's 2 ways. I think if you wanted to equip somebody to kind of do it yourself, you could either give them 5 different formulas, use this formula if it's in this range, this one if it's this range, or you can just give them, I think the easiest way, just give them an Excel sheet and say, if your score was this, it's now this. If your score is this, it's now this.
Yeah, just a lookup table that we can provide. Deborah, do you have any feedback on the program side?
In terms of transforming this from mathematical formulas into having the computer calculate it for you, the lookup table has less chance of error coming into play with applying formulas and having computers, with extended decimal places and things of that nature. Table is more simple to implement in that matter.
Because most of the people that work with this type of data in districts are not statisticians, a lookup table would be probably in the grand scheme of things more user friendly to them anyway. They know how to put the data together, but as far as the under the hood part of it, that's over their pay grade in a lot of instances.
What I understand now, the problem with the lookup table would be that you're equating a 700-point score to 1,000, and you're basically equating those apples and oranges because there's not the same components in the 700-point score to a 1,000-point score. And so when you say this 700-point score equals a 1,000-point score, it's not really the same because you're measuring a lot more in that 1,000-point score than you are in that 700-point score. Am I understanding that correctly?
You are, and to be clear, all of this is a statistical solution, whether you do lookup tables or otherwise, to just simply solve a problem of wanting that 700-point scale to behave like a 1,000-point scale. But yeah, nothing can change the fact that it's representative of a different profile.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you, in our last meeting, Dr. Manford, you mentioned maybe relaxing accreditation standards to allow if you got say K through 12 or even 7 through 12 on the same campus. So relax, the accreditation standard should allow one principal to be over multiple schools as long as they're on the same. It seems like we're accomplishing the same thing as that by doing what you're doing here. It's just this is more complicated than just saying we've got, Acme Middle School and Acme High School, but they're on the same campus and they have the same. But for accountability purposes, they're two different schools on the same campus with the same principal.
Pursue those options. Based on the feedback I got, it appeared to be more favorable with districts and schools that this impacted to have the fix in the accountability system moving forward. But
having to equate those schools now at a 7 through 12 on the same campus, then I would have a junior high and a high school. This is 700 points and this is 1,000 points. And therefore, they fall under that 700 point. This one falls under 1,000 points. Yes.
Well, let me point out that this also was a solution for not only K-12 attendance centers, but also for just different grade configuration.
Oh, absolutely, and that's what I'm saying.
So if we do this for 7 through 12 schools or 8 through 12 schools, why not also?
Yeah, in our district, we have a campus that has K through 12 on the same campus, but due to the current accountability and the accreditation standards, we have a elementary, middle school, and a high school, and so we have 3 principals where it's 600 students total on that campus, where that one principal could be the principal of all 3 of those schools.
Right, and to Alan's point, when we, this task force or subcommittee that was looking at strictly the K-12 was dealing with either 29 or 35 schools. I can't remember the number, 35, that it was a much lower in count, and then it expanded to the 512, 612, 712, 812, and that accreditation solution didn't fit everybody. So then it morphed into us taking a look at the 81 schools that were non-traditional and trying to address the problem for all. And of course, you're the task force. I mean, you're the decision-making body. We're the facilitators. But my concern, I just want the process to be transparent and for districts to be able to replicate and understand.
I agree.
The outcome. I mean, because that was the beauty as we transitioned to the model that we currently have, was that the former accountability system was a black box and districts, couldn't replicate and know. I mean, and districts are calculating within before we give them to you, and we don't want to stray from that.
Not an issue with, we talked about that, what Dr. Hampton was just speaking of with federal dollars, if we were to split that and as far as school improvement and things like that, they're not a big issue with that.
Right. The defining schools on one campus as separate schools raises several issues with accreditation standards, federal reporting. They always question if a school has the same physical mailing address, so we just have to be really careful if it meets the criteria that is set by the National Center for Education Statistics on what defines a new school code and things like that. So it just raised some.
How we always got back to, well, how can we fix the model?
Okay, if something like this is adopted, so now you've got a split campus and you've got this one score. God forbid we have to re-rank and reset cuts. Where does this score go? Does it go with 1,000-point schools to be cut? Does it go with the where does it fall in, or is it held out? And
I remember the conversation. It was going to go where you are now for establishing the cuts. I mean, based on, it would go with your school configuration based on your school code for establishing those cuts.
So
then once
by
the
school
cuts
code,
were,
you're on the 1,000-point scale, so that's where it would fall.
So we would keep our 249, if that's the number, 1,000-point schools, which includes the 81, to set the cuts, if I remember that conversation correctly. Set the cuts. Then after the cuts are established, then pull the 81 out and apply this methodology. biology.
But okay, well when you redistribute, essentially nothing changes except for these 81. You go through this process, and their transform score is the one that is in the 243 to be redistributed, right? Isn't that how it would work?
I'm following along, correct? Yeah. And Alan and I were just talking about like how often would the lookup table need to change, and it would be in place until and unless cuts changed on either scale. So if
yeah, like it's a after you go through all the steps, and then you get the 725 or whatever it is after the steps, and then now they're on the 243 just like they were with the 725, and now you do your 10% and so on, right? Is that what we're saying?
Let me just say it back and see if we're saying the same thing, because I'm not sure I followed everything. So yeah, you calculate, you're calculating their 1,000-point scale and their 700-point scale just like you would if those were the only grades. You're transforming that 700-point scale in the method that we've talked about. You're weighting it by enrollment. You're squishing them together. Whatever that number is, evaluate it to those 1,000-point cuts. That's how the school did. That's its grade.
And that's the one that is on the distribution. That's the number that's on the distribution. I think what Stephen's asking, what we're making sure, is because you really have 3 numbers to get to the final number.
Oh,
and those numbers are just.
Now we're getting into the issue of like who's in the distribution when cuts get.
Yeah. Which you do got to talk about.
Yeah.
Right, and I thought I understood that, but I may be incorrect. At the last meeting, when the cuts came up, that we would proceed with the way the current methodology is. You'd have your 249,000 point schools as they stand right now to set the cuts, and then the transformation comes to assign the grade comes at the end after the cuts have been established. So like, what's our process? If hypothetically, if we were setting the cuts this year, only hypothetically, I mean, what would be the process? And I thought the cuts came on the front end and the transformation on the back end, but
yes, it would. If you left the 81 in before they're transformed to do the distribution. See, you would almost have to. It's chicken or egg. What comes first? You would almost have to. They should never be on the 700 scale with the regression. That should not be an issue. They never should have to go to the 700 because you redistribute them because they're not on it to begin with. So you redistribute that, link that via your regression formula to the 1,000 scale. So now the question is just when are they on the 1,000 scale as the 1,000 scale is redistributed?
Brian, wouldn't it make sense if you looked at those 81 schools not as 81 schools but 162 schools? So that 81's ranked in the elementary for the elementary points, and then the high school ones are ranked in the high school for the high school points. So that way you're using everybody as a separate school for elementary and everyone as a separate school for high school to set those rankings and those points, and then set those cuts, redo everything like we just talked about here, and then at the end it's all transformed back on.
So you're saying do it before. When you take out the 700 and you separate it, go ahead and add them to the 640 that's on that scale now, these 81.
all 81 schools include 12, therefore they're on the 1,000 points.
But what I'm saying though is we're already splitting them out and calculating an elementary grade for them and a high school grade for them. So why wouldn't we do that? And instead of having 2,000 schools in your set, you just have 81 quote unquote additional schools in your set, because now you have 81 elementary, middle, high schools. You have 81 elementary, 81 high schools. So you're essentially splitting them apart to rank them.
When you're taking the percentiles, that non-grade 12 that you're splitting back out is not a school that's taken a spot. It's actually a phantom, so it's taking a spot that another school would be in, and so where that
And then
cut's
when it
at,
collapses,
then it disappears. It's no longer there, so now you've got a gap.
How do we track those because they don't have a school code? You know, it gets back to.
I don't think they can be added to the 700 scale by ever. I mean, because they're not now. You're just pulling it out phantomly to do these steps, just to equate. Essentially, you're only pulling it out just so you can equate it to the 1,000 scale. So you don't ever have to put it on the 700 scale, I wouldn't think. So to me, the question is now, when you redistribute the 1,000 scale, how do you do that? It's chicken or egg. What comes first?
Yeah, I think I could argue both sides of this. I see the issue. The issue is that if you're setting a new baseline, do you pull them out? Do you leave them in, or do you do this combination and then set it with these new hybrid schools? And I think that's the point you were making. Those
because why it's a question? Because think back to last year, we reset the 1,000 scale. Well, think back to it; it was markedly different, before and after the reset. So, it makes a big difference for not just the 81, for all 243 on the scale.
Well, and the extent to which these 81 schools look like the rest of the state is the extent to which these different solutions will give you different answers. And I don't know the answer to that.
I mean, surely we can, if that's the one question, we can keep working on that. I mean, it's a good direction we're going in. I think, it's a good direction for sure.
I think those 81 schools, if they see that data right there, will be very happy that there's now 2 that have an issue, and one of those is a positive issue instead of 81 of them. I mean, all 81 of them do not agree with the way it's done now, and this is definitely positive in that direction.
And if we're going to do the lookup table, those 2 little outliers are going to go away. And so the table you're looking at now, I feel confident it's going to be the table with the exception of take that one F with an asterisk and make it the D, and take that D with an asterisk and make it a C. And that's what we're looking at. Because there won't be, we'll create those functions so that they're bound by the cuts. And so it would be mathematically impossible for a CC profile to get a B.
730, all of a sudden they become a 762. 730, then more of the non-81 are going to fall into the A range, B range, whatever. So that's I guess that's what's going to be. 762, that school that was a 730 and was a B is replacing, may knock one of the non-81 out of being an A, and that's going to be, that's tough for them to stomach as it is for the 81 to stomach not having a chance to get there.
The only way to do it and keep the distribution the same at the 10% and all that is do it after. But what was the situation before when so you're linking it to something that we have now decided needs to change to do it after?
Right, there would be 9 additional A's, so we would have went from 25 A schools, 25, and that would that wouldn't be the 10%.
So a couple of thoughts. If we want to stick with consistency, these schools were in the 1,000-point distribution when we established the current cuts. So if we just put them in the distribution before we do this adjustment,
components of that distribution.
Well, the schools were. So we could say for consistency purposes we leave them an unadjusted composite score in the 1,000-point distribution and we set cuts. And there's another thought that I had was your count, your population size for 700-point schools is much larger than your 1,000-point schools. So it might be good to keep them in that 1,000-point distribution. And then you adjust their composite score after you do that, because here what we're trying to accomplish is to make the grade assignment make sense, right? So it's really
you're saying do the redistribution before, since that's where they are now.
Just to be consistent.
Then do the transformation process with the steps, and then they go wherever. And if the distribution slides, then it just slides. That's what it is. I can go with that way versus the other. I mean, for sure. No, well, yeah. Since they're on it already, you establish the distribution here. Now you do your process and you link them and you do your transformation, and then they just go where they go after it was already established. Yeah.
Dr. Donald.
Sets are happy that way, non-81 and 81. I mean, nobody loses that way.
That is adjusted, knocking another.
Yeah. So we would have to write that in the rule.
Dr. Donaleski, this method here that we're looking at, did you look at any traditionally configured schools and put them through this model as if they were one K-12 distribution, such as, to say, my district, which is broken up into K2, 3, 5, 4, 6, 9, 12. Did you look at it if, like, we were all one K-12 attendance center and see what this would look like with this model? Because you know what's coming next. People are going to take their data and put it together and say, well, they had the attendance centers had a configuration problem. Now, if it's skewed one way or the other, we would benefit by being an attendance center. So it goes back the other way. So I wondered what the data looked like if people that do not have a non-traditional configuration, what it would look like in terms of the A through F. Did you do any of those?
Did not look at any of those. I see where you're going. I think what you're acknowledging is that one could imagine its applicability in another circumstance, and I don't know what to say about that, except no, we didn't explore it, and I see what you.
So what parameters would we also set in the rule as to who this applies to and when and such? Kind of becomes part of that.
Let me make sure.
Already have a, I don't know, rule's a good word, that people cannot change their grade configurations just for accountability model. We already have that in place, don't we? Oh, it's not written anywhere?
My recommendation is that we're going to take a break. But I hear three issues that are variably on the table that I think we need to get an official recommendation on. And of course, this task force can tell me that they want to make recommendations on some, not others. But just before you go to break, so you can be thinking over the break. One is I want to get a recommendation on the method. So I think we've been, as we've talked, I think I've heard from this group that the method that we've described, but using the lookup tables instead of some kind of regression function, is what the group wants to do. But I'll be calling the question on that. The second is, and if any of these need more discussion, that's fine. We're still doing fine on our schedule. The methodology for baselining is what I'm going to call it. So how will this impact if grades are reset in the future? And then the last item that we need to talk about, if it's the pleasure of the task force, is whether or not you want to put any limits on its instantiation, or whether the committee wants to make recommendations about whether this seems explicitly useful or explicitly should be not used in other circumstances like K-12 schools and the like. So those are the three issues I think we need to talk about. I think some of them I feel like we're closer on than others, but we're due a break. We were due a break about 10 minutes ago. So let's adjourn for 10 to 15 minutes, and then we'll come back. Thanks, everybody. We'll go ahead and get started again. So before we adjourned, I teed up that there would be 3 central questions that we wanted to address when we resume. I think I introduced them in the order of what I think is complexity. So in terms of how close I think we are to having a shared sense of where to go with that. So let me start with the first one, which is whether or not the task force supports the methodology. And I'll just say the methodology is what we've discussed and what we went through with the slides. The only modification that we made in the course of our conversation was that the scale adjustment from 700 to 1,000 would be done with a lookup table in a way that exactly matched the grade cuts. And the impact data that you see, we strongly expect, let me just sort of bring this back to life, we strongly expect will be exactly the same, with the exception that we'll fix those 2 asterisked outcomes that we know are counterintuitive. So, yes, sir.
I have 2 questions for clarity. Yeah. Going back to what Steve said a while ago with this table, that, and this might be a semantical thing, that it's not exactly an equating table because you can't equate a 700, there's more components for the 1,000-point scale, but it's more of an interpolation table. Like, is interpolate a better word than equate, or is that really?
I'd go with interpolate. That's
okay.
That's a fine way to describe it. Again, what we would do is we'll just make sure for the 0 to D cut, there'll be equal interval interpolations. Okay. For the D to the C cut, equal interval interpolations, and so forth, and that's what will define the function.
Okay.
Yep.
And then the second question, just for clarity, with regards to the enrollment weight, is that enrollment based on tested students who met FAE, or is that just general enrollment?
I'm looking to see if
Deborah had to leave, but we ran this a few ways. The first time we started with just general enrollment, and then we had a discussion about really what students, what we're trying to accomplish here is a weighting of the students that are included in accountability measures. So that's where we ended up pulling not enrollment, but the counts of the students that are included in accountability measures.
Any other comments on the methodology? And if not, I'd invite us to call the question.
I'm with the methodology. I do think, before we do any sort of vote or yes, then I do want to make it clear, because I like Alan's recommendation about how this would work, and it would need to be in the business rules for if cuts are reset.
I didn't make a recommendation, just an idea.
Alan's point about that. So yes, if we're calling to a vote, a consensus, then I think that needs to be part of it, would be what I would say.
Your recommendation for this first issue is sort of contingent on where we go with the next issue.
Well, correct, because I think it's all interlapped. You got to deal with it.
Okay. Well, let me just go to the second issue then, and take it all up at once. That's fine with me too. So the second issue was about the baselining, and Alan, what was your non-recommendation? Was your non-recommendation that it be done the same way that it's been done in the past, and that these adjustments would be done afterwards? Is that okay? Does that speak to people when I say that, or do you want me to?
Yeah, and in my opinion, I think that what he spoke about will be in line with the state board policy of setting cuts, that it'll be consistent with that.
Methodology is that these schools were treated as high schools only, and that would continue to be the case. So the old scale would be used in baselining, and then these adjustments would come in afterwards. And yeah, so all right. So third, I think maybe more tertiary, and that's just this issue of, if we do go forward with this methodology and the recommendations for baselining, does the and you can say we'd rather just not touch this issue, Chris, and I think that's fine. Would the task force want to make any recommendations about its limits for applicability, so that we just want to use it for these schools that these 81 schools that fall under these patterns and not for other things. That on the table. What do you want to make a recommendation? Would you rather just be silent on that? What's the pleasure of the task force with that?
What's the task force pleasure? I was under the assumption that we had established these definitions, that traditional is defined as 9-12, 10-12, and non-traditional is anything other than, and that would have been a business rule that would be documented in the business rules for non-traditional configurations for this methodology to be applicable.
Would the ninth grade only schools, would that wouldn't factor in here at all, right? I mean, would that matter at all? I mean, with the whole banking and because they get a separate grade from their 10-12 school, but it's the same grade. Is that how that works?
I think that's a business rule.
It's the same grade. Now the EL component factored differently for those, but everything else in accountability is the same.
Make a recommendation on the methodology and the baselining for these schools.
One thought on number 3, after thinking about it, because I think what we're saying is, does this open a can of worms? Maybe for common term. And since we're now linking it, it really shouldn't advantage anybody. The whole point is to match, right? So is that by 1 and 2? I guess what I'm saying, are we making 3 not an issue anymore? Because now we've matched it. No one's being advantaged on either direction. It's just simply a way to make these schools and their data and their rating more apples to apples. And so is there really going to be an issue of it opening a can of worms?
That a mute point since
But that's
they're
really
already
it's really a non-starter, because if you're talking about 9 through 12, you're going to get the same scores if you're 10 through 12, except for the EL component.
So, I mean, I think it personally takes, I think it takes care of the whole configuring for this. The only other question would be, so, well, I have this configuration and I'm on the 700 scale and I'm being disadvantaged. What are you going to do about me? And that may come up, but I don't think we can define that here, probably.
Well, on the other side is we can look at the data, and we have looked at the data. We see different expectations, if you would, based on observation for 3 through 8 versus 9 through 12. I mean, primarily in growth, we see different growth rates. So that's the way that we can defend why there's a necessity to make these adjustments in this case, but maybe not in other cases.
Okay. That being said, I'll put the 2 recommendations together. I'll say them back to the task force, and then I'll ask if there's shared agreement. The 2 recommendations are: we're endorsing the methodology to create this new score for schools that have these grade configurations. That follows the 4-step process that we talked about earlier in the conversation, with the modification being we're going to go do a lookup table so we can exactly match the cuts. That's the first. The second recommendation is that if new baselines need to be set in the future, then we're going to use the school configurations and their associated points that were used previously. I'll call it the legacy method for determining those points when establishing the distribution for the baseline, which will serve to not limit the new distribution of outcomes. Is there anybody that disagrees with those recommendations? All right. We are solving problems in this task force.
It's been an issue for over a year, hasn't it?
I think somebody asked me in a meeting not too long ago, are we going to make a decision on this year? I said, I hope so, because if I don't, I think somebody's going to hit me upside the head. So, yeah.
Great. Well, again, we're ahead of schedule, which is fantastic. I say we just keep going, and let's get as far into the science topic as we can before lunch. And again, if that puts us ahead of schedule for the afternoon, then so much the better. Oh, are we missing anybody we need for this?
Well,
okay.
I thought Dr. Sampson just came in, but...
There she is.
there she is. Oh, look,
Dr. Sampson, if you'd like, you can sit in the empty chair up here at the table, just in case we have some questions. Okay. All right. Well, we may call you up there.
Come on. I'm not really.
And just in case anybody doesn't know, Dr. Sampson is our state assessment director.
Thanks for joining us. All right. So the topic we're going to look at together now is about rolling the new science assessment into the accountability system. So starting this year, science assessments are going to be based on the new Mississippi College and Career Readiness Standards for Science. If I get any of this wrong, Dr. Sampson or otherwise, please jump in and correct me. We don't know the impact on performance because standard setting is not scheduled until this summer. But as I understand it, the department's objective is to withhold using the first year of the science assessment in accountability. And we want to talk about what our options are for achieving that objective. So I think there are, well, it depends on how I frame this. There are either 2, 3, 4, 5 suggestions or 3 suggestions. I think 2 of them are related, so I'm sort of calling this 1A and B, 2, 3A and B. The first option, and we're going to talk about each of them in turn, is to essentially replace the old science performance with new science performance. So really option 1 is kind of not exactly an option. I think that is in spirit with the department's objective, but it's sort of there for completeness. It's just saying we're not going to worry about anything. We're just going to take those new scores, we're going to roll them in like they were old scores and keep going with things. But
so that's old on the 4-level system and new on the 5-level system, correct?
Somebody's going to have to help me with the levels in this.
So,
yeah.
So I interpret what he's saying is like we just move forward with the calculation.
But that's the new science assessment on a 5-level system as opposed to the way it was on a 4-level system.
Talking about different performance levels for
Yes.
the new assessment? Yeah.
Going to the 5 performance levels.
Okay. Okay.
So, and again, I can see where 1 would be wholly unsatisfactory, and but the one addition you could add to that is to say, well, we'll give schools either the new score or the old score, whichever is higher. So that's sort of a 1B, if you like. Second is you can remove science completely from the accountability system. We did some data analysis about that, and I'll share it with you in a second. Turns out that's may not be a very attractive option. The third option is to produce a transitional score, essentially to try to replicate the impact of science as it's been historically in the model with the new science assessment. And then a variant of that is that you can say to schools and districts, Essentially, you're trying to estimate the score they would have gotten if they were taking the old test, and say either take that estimated score or take your old score, whichever is higher. Right, so there's two of these disjunctive rules to consider. One is just looking at the test, old versus new, which one's higher. The other is old versus transformed new, whichever's higher. I'm going to say more about each of these in turn. So yeah, replacing old with new, not much to say about that. It's simply dropping the new science in the same manner as previous years. We don't know the impact, but I don't think I'm going out on a limb when I say that there's a sense that the standards could be more rigorous, and that that would have an impact on performance that would lower scores for schools and districts. And I mentioned the variant for that option a moment ago. Option 2 is to say, well, let's just take science out of the model altogether. So eliminate science proficiency, and we'd only have to do that in proficiency because it's not in growth. And to do that, presumably the points would be redistributed to reading, to the reading language arts component and the mathematics component, and that's something we modeled. And I've got a few slides to show you what that looks like here. Again, kind of leading with the main point that you're going to see, science performance is pretty favorable in the state, and it tends to boost scores for schools and districts on the legacy science assessment. So I'm going to sort of incrementally make that point and show you what would happen if you took it out. So the first is, and I'm just starting with elementary and middle school. I'm just looking at the impact of each component. So you see math and reading, the performance is not as favorable as science. So you see 38.7, 35.7, and then 63 point almost 2. That same pattern holds up in high school. Oh, well, I've got another. This is a box plot of the distributions. So this is the same thing. Reading on the left, followed by math, followed by science. If you don't remember how to interpret these box plots, the line going through the middle of the box is the median performance. The box represents the middle 50% or the interquartile range, so that's where 50% of the schools are in this case because it's school level data, and then the whiskers are the 95% confidence interval. But again, the main point here is that there's a pretty broad range of performance in the schools for reading, math, and science, but science performance, as you expect, given the previous slide that shows the mean, is got a distribution that's decidedly shifted in a more favorable direction. Same thing. I thought I did high school next. Sorry to skip around here. Yeah, so I could have organized this a little better. High school impact. We've got 3 different content areas we can compare it to. So you've got reading, math, U.S. history. Compared to those 3, science is more favorable. And then same box plots. So you can see, again, U.S. history is pretty favorable as well. But science, the performance is higher, certainly more than reading and math. So if you just look at the individual components, I haven't gotten to estimating the overall model. But that's partially so folks follow along when we get to the model impact. So back to elementary and middle school, what we did was remove the science points and then weights and weights, and they were proportionally increased to just, so basically take the science points and move that influence over to reading, language arts, and math and recompute the total scores. Again, I know you could probably argue there's a lot of ways this could be done. This is one way. If you just say we're going to keep proficiency, we're just going to drop science out, and we're going to give reading and math more weight to cover up the gap that science left. So the central question is, what performance would we see last year? Because obviously we're looking at legacy data. Had science been removed under this new system? And again, because you've already seen the components, you can predict what's going to happen here. You'd see these are overall, we're looking at the 700-point schools. Overall mean scores with science. 5. And then you see the distributions. It's much more favorable with science compared to without science. And the letter grade distribution is shown here. So you've got the grade with science, which would have been the distribution of grades from last year's data, shown here on the horizontal axis. And then the colors show, had science been removed and they were redistributed, how the grades would change. So let me see if I can follow my own graph here. You've got, is that right? No. Yeah, okay, so the A schools, yeah, so the yellow bar represents schools that were A, that stayed A, and the purple bar represents schools that were A that moved to B. And that's a percent there on that axis. So that tells us it looks like about 6 or 7% of the schools that were A's last year would have been B's had science been pulled out and they just hadn't been reading and math carried all the weight in the model.
Can I clarify one thing
Sure.
to make sure I'm understanding? So we did not equate, you're not talking about equating. You redistributed the points to the other components just proportionally.
Yeah, we want to show here what the impact would be if we just simply pull out science. We're not going to have a science component this year. It's just going to be whatever you earn on ELA and math.
Right, but like for instance,
700 or 600.
Yeah, see, I guess my assumption would be, so take the 700 scale because it's easy, 100-point component. Let's not put EO into it for a minute, and then you just treat everybody like the 600 scale. I assume that's what we were talking about when we said, quote, pulling out science, but that's not what you did.
That's sort of one of the, I think, options with option 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's not what we're looking at here. This is proportionally to the other categories.
Yeah, and I'm glad you are seeking to clarify that, Ryan.
So
Yeah.
we're just looking at all the ways that science is excluded, right? Because it's the first operational year of an assessment.
Did y'all pull data the other way as well? Are we going to see that? Okay. Okay.
This is taking science out, for instance, in a 700-point school, and the A cut still be 442. Is what we're.
That's right. Yeah, the cuts didn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just having the other content areas do all the lifting on proficiency.
So they're not equating. You know what I mean? Like 600 taking it out. Now I did do numbers on that too, just FYI, but I didn't know if we were going to see that.
So it's the word interpolation again. We're interpolating.
Well, there's just so many ways to do that. So part of what we need to do is get a direction from the committee about which way you want to go with, because we're going to discuss a couple, and again, we could do, see what I hear you saying. It may not be what you're trying to say, so we'll get on sync here, Ryan, is you can do that at the overall composite score level, or you can do it at the component level.
Right.
And I think we have to decide what direction we want to go with here.
I guess I just looked at it as using previous precedent for the schools that don't have a science component. That's what we do. So that made sense to me to do it for everybody, since we're pretending they don't have a science component.
Yeah,
right now.
I'm not going to be surprised if we don't spend a lot of time on this option, Ryan. Yeah, I wanted to make the point that it's not academic to just pull science out. I mean, it has an impact that is.
Oh no, it's negative impact. I'm not acting like it's good for anyone. It's just different from this. Yeah.
And so my question is, would this just be a quick current fix just for the 18-19 school year? Or if we pull science out, would science remain out, or would it go back in once we start?
Yeah, so we want to give everybody an opportunity to get used to the new standards and new assessment, and not have a big impact on accountability because everybody's getting used to it, you know. So then the question is, you know, so we're gonna hold out the first year, and then it'll count in the second year, but then holding out the first year, what do we do to adjust for that and make sure that we don't have a big disruption in accountability?
That's it. That's
So
it.
we're going to get there. That's
Yeah.
that's
Okay.
Yeah, and that was
So
going to be
it's
my
really
next
a two.
question.
It's really a 3-year decision. So.
It's a 5-8 situation, but when you throw biology and bank scores in, it really convolutes a lot. So.
Yeah, because my question was, what was the precedence that we set whenever we, in the past couple of years, when we've changed assessments, what was the process and what was the steps that we followed? I know.
I mean, that was the impact. So this is the first time in quite a while where we've only been dealing with one assessment. And this year it's science, and then we have U.S. history to follow.
Now, what I've heard from some feedback is that in the past, when there was a new assessment, the districts or schools kept the prior year score. So, if that sounds correct to you, then that's
That sounds correct. That sounds correct to me. Just as a school level administrator, I think it's easier to transition that, looking at the model and how our scores play into the model, because I have science at my school, so I would be against pulling it out completely. I think we still need the accountability, and if we're going to put it back in there, we still need to keep that as a component.
So I'm going to move through this second option super quickly because I can tell already you don't like it, and at least now you'll know why you don't like it if you didn't know before. It has a very demonstrable impact, and yeah, you see a lot of schools shifting grades. You're going to see the performance go down. So yeah, just pulling it out and throwing it over to the other content areas has an appreciable impact here. So I already talked about these slides. This is the high school graph of overall mean performance. It's not quite as strong. So again, this is mean performance with science and without science. So it goes down a little bit. It's like a 620 to a 611. But you do see some shift in grades if you do that. So it looks like a small percentage of schools that were A's would go to B's. Something like 5% or more of the schools that were B's would go to C's, and then it looks like a similar pattern for C's and D's. So again, that sounds like something that's unsurprising to the task force, and at least now we can say that you just pull science out and shift it to the other academic areas. We know empirically that it has this outcome. Let's talk about option 3, which is, and actually I can make 3A and 3B. I think I could turn this 2 option into 4 option pretty quick, because we have to talk about whether you're not going to do this at the component level or do this at the school level, but let's take it one step at a time. This option is, in general, governed by this idea that we can estimate what score would likely have been produced if the old standards were still in place. So having determined that pulling science out entirely has this unfavorable impact, how do we keep science in a way that's fair and reasonable? So one way is you could say, although we're giving you a new test this year, we're going to try to estimate how you would have done had you taken the old test. And so that's an equating. The next slide is an equipercentile equating, and I'll call that a transitional scale. A lot of questions I know already percolating up. Hang in there a little bit longer. A variant of that is to say we can do that transitional scale on new science, and we can say to schools and districts, you can either get that score or you can get the old score, whichever is higher. And I can see where that might be attractive, because if your school is working hard to do well on the new test, then if you see a bump, you want to see a reward for that. And all of this was with the assumption that, and again, if some of you asked, what did we do in the past, the assessment transition, I think this is very correspondent to what was done in the past. It was tricky in the past because there was growth to deal with as well. And the good news is that we don't have growth in this instance. But it would be possible to do this at the overall scale level instead of at the component level. Probably argue both sides of this coin, but I think doing it at the component level feels like a better fit to me, where you just look at, like, let's say you take science out and you're going to get some distribution that looks different. It's going to be a lower performing distribution than the old distribution. You can shift that whole scale back so that it looks like the old scale and rediscover those cut points in it. But that sort of loses science as having a particular aspect that moves the needle in the model, so that makes it desirable. Quickly, I think this is my last slide here, and I just wanted to say a little bit more about what I mean by this transitional score. So these are just hypothetical distributions here, and again, so what we're trying to solve for is what if we have a distribution that with the new science test that looks like the solid distribution instead of like the dash distribution, so where it's shifted to the left. The point of the transitional scale would be to map every one of the 100 percentiles from the left to the right so that they overlap, and that's how you get that predicted score. And again, we've talked about this already when we were exploring that K-12 solution. Imagine that you're at a school that's at the mean, which would be at the peak of those distributions. We would just shift it over from the new test to the old test, again, under the assumption that the old test has a more favorable distribution, so that whatever score was at the mean last year, if you're at the mean this year, is the score you would get. You follow? If you're at the 90th percentile, whatever score is at the 90th percentile last year is the score you get this year. It creates the situation where statewide it's a wash. But individual schools and districts can move.
With the scale scores you're talking about, because when you do the equating, the 90th percentile might be an advanced on the 4 proficient levels, and it might be a proficient on the 5 levels. So I mean, you're having to transition from those 4 levels to 5 levels. You see what I'm saying? So you know, it might be equal scale. You know, we might transition them over to equal scale scores, but necessarily equate.
So we carry the old levels to, I mean, so again, what we're doing is we're replicating a score that looks and acts like the old score, including the level. So whatever percentile the old cuts were, that's the place in the new cut, in the new distribution that they'll reside. So think everything in the world of percentiles under this approach. So if the old cut for a, how many levels are there on the science test, Jackie? Is it 4? Yeah, so if the old cut for level 4 was at the 85th percentile, if you score at or above the 85th percentile on the new test, you're going to get credit for a level 4.
That's now level 5.
So it's easy enough to transit the 4 to the 5. That's I think as long as we get the general methodology, we can do that. But so sure, we can create that 5th level.
So it is at the student level completely.
Test scores are at the student level.
Yeah. But this option, I mean, that's completely where we would be. I don't want to say the word bridging. We would be transforming.
Notice I didn't use that word at any point in this conversation, right?
It came up, and I thought, don't say that word. So let me think. One option, the reason this option would be more attractive than just counting the 17, 18 as it was, is you could make movement still with 18, 19. Is that our thinking here?
Counting the 17, 18, you mean just
putting it back in again.
The old score and drop it back in and call it the new score.
Yeah.
Again, I think that's what I'm calling option 1A. Or if you give the better of the score, it's
well, option 1 was counting 18, 19.
That's right. So I guess I'd do 1B.
Yeah. So I'm saying kind of a new option that wasn't up there, but like I'm trying to see how this is. I mean, what would be the advantage to this versus that? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and others should jump in here. But I think you might find that option to be appealing if you feel like your school is poised to do well in the new science and you want to get credit for it.
Make movement.
But because it's normative, and I hate to use this term, it is a zero-sum game. Yeah, but maybe that's the point you were going to make.
Yeah, that is kind of the point I was going to make. So your option 1B was use the old score or the new score, whichever was more favorable. This is an alternative option, which is doing a transitional score, but this is a zero-sum game. There's going to be guaranteed winners and guaranteed losers with this option, and it's a lot of additional work and a lot of additional implications for you're telling a student now you would have had this, but now you actually have this.
Longitudinally, tracking this from after this year to next year. Now you've got a transitional score. Now next year I've got a real score. I can't. It's going to be hard to make those. Where if you had the real score and the real score, you can make better determination.
And then also, are we determining pass-fail status on the real score? This is just for accountability, right? That's hard to articulate.
Especially when you have a transitional score for it.
Also keep in mind the reporting requirements regarding this. So in our federal reporting, we're going to be reporting out actual science performance if that's required. So this is really just a consideration about the impact of assigning grade labels to schools on the other side.
I guess that's why I kept trying to clarify, do we have to do it at the student level? Because there creates a lot of issues there. Is there a way to do it at the component level, full points proficiency level? That may make more sense in that we don't have the student pass-fail situation. We don't have, well, this year for accountability, your score, hang on, was this, and it transforms to this, but your real score was this, and all that going on, and then it's different in 2 years. Does that make sense? That's why I kept trying to clarify, is that possible? Is that an option to consider?
I don't think any of the new scores are likely to be better than the old scores. I don't know that. I think I should be. I don't know that.
I would feel safe that the new proficiency levels won't be the same as the old proficiency levels. That would probably be a fair way of putting it.
Look, historically, when reading and math changed from a 4-level system to 5, some proficiency numbers went down.
Yeah.
That's probably going to be the same trend. Not saying anything about the new assessment, but the change in levels has a bigger impact than the new assessment.
1B, let me just say this back to see if we're saying the same thing. 1B is saying we'll plug in the new science just like it was. We'll plug in the old science. We'll plug in the new science just like it would be if it were implemented this year. We'll carry over the old science just like it was last year. Whichever profile is more favorable is the profile the school gets. There's no transition involved.
And here's the question, because of the whole banking, are we going to be able to do that next year? Because 9th graders don't count to their 10th grade year and all that going on with biology.
It's not just for 9th graders, though. You got some schools that teach biology in 8th grade, so it's a 3-year window.
If you just do it in 1 year, this year, and then next year you just come on in with it, well, you're going to have an off balance in the different scales because of banking.
But aren't you just looking for whether or not they reached proficiency or not? So a banked score, they can still be included as proficient even in the test. So you could just still use the new assessments for it. So this coming year, you could use your new assessment, and with that you add your banked scores, because it's your new assessments plus anybody who scored proficient in the past that would have been included, and then it's that score or your old score from the prior cohort of students. And then in 2020 it would be all your new scores plus any of the banked scores that you had from 8th graders taking it, would be included in the numerator and denominator. So it doesn't matter what the scale is, because for that you're just looking at whether or not they hit proficient. So you can still roll in all those bank scores without a problem.
Yeah, but the 1920, so think about this, the 700 scale, they just got 5th and 8th grade science, and it's the new assessment, and it is what it is. The 1000 scale, the majority of their scores are going to be 9th grade, 17, 18, that was banked, which is easier, better, whatever words you want to use, so you have a big offset on the scales, and so that affects the district as well, because all of that goes into the district. I mean, they're all on different scales, so maybe it doesn't matter. I just think it's a point to make. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense, and it'll be offset favorably for 3 years. And then it'll go to reality after 3.
And then offset would trend down because there's less students who take biology in 8th grade. So figure it back then.
If you've been encouraging kids to be advanced, so
But if you were doing well in science, it will be an uptick for a year or 2 years till reality hits back in.
A phase-in approach regarding those bank scores.
by then you've taught the new science standards for 4 years, everybody will be ready.
Science category for a district would be wow, you know, because you would have 1 grade that's the old test, and then you would have 2 grades that's the new test into your numbers in 1920. I'm sorry? What would be your 9th graders bank from 1718, which was the old test, that would be counting for you?
Just as well, depending on how many 9th graders actually took it.
That's the, I mean,
So,
that's a majority in our state.
Uptick or bonus, favorable bonus in those first couple of years.
Well, I guess at the district level, you're trying to develop a science proficiency score in the aggregate, and it's essentially like a K through 12. So you've got your 5th and 8th grade in counts, whatever those are, compared to just the students that took biology 1 and were banked. So yeah, you'd have more contributing from the new assessment 5 and 8 than you would biology 1. So yeah, I can kind of see that.
And it'd be a weird dynamic, and then the 2 scales would be off. So the 700 scale is going to be lower, and then 1000 scales, you know, going to be more like it is now, as far as the numbers and distribution.
Invite others to jump in here. The initial reaction suggests to me that trying to produce a transitional scale is not desired in comparison to just recovering the legacy score. I used a lot on nods when I said that. So, okay. Which, just to be super clear before we put it to bed, means that any school with science compared to other schools in the first year, there won't be any way to get science have a boost to your score. But it sounds like for the trade-offs that you've talked through, that's a trade-off you're willing to make.
But I think too the problem with that is, so the email that we got right before Christmas simply said 18-19 assessment will not factor into accountability. Well, this does make it factor in accountability. I mean, I know we're trying to make it where it's comparable, but still, it kind of changes, you know what I mean, what has previously been sent out. So.
I think the general guidelines we're trying to operate under is like a hold harmless. You could do better, but you couldn't do worse.
Yeah, yeah, and I get that, but
the transitional thing would be a way to have a path to do better. But yeah, because there'd be this fail safe, there'd be this safety net to say you can't, you can choose that would be option 3B, whichever school. So if the recommendation of the task force is to use the old science test for everybody, presumably impact would be reported with the new test alongside it, so people could compare how they would do under the old and the new. And then we should talk a little bit about what the task force recommendation is for banking too.
On the new test, that score would count for that student, correct? So there is a way to go up, maybe not as a school, but if there's an individual student that did better on the new test and was advanced on the new test, but maybe proficient on the year before, they would have the opportunity to get the advanced.
See, I interpreted that at the school level, so you're interpreting that at the student level.
That kid didn't take it the year before.
I was thinking
talking about two different groups of students. You're talking about two different cohorts of people.
Okay, I see. Let me see if I can disentangle this. So one is you do these calculations. You say here's well, let's see, the student only has the one test, right? Yeah, and so I mean, I guess you calculate what the school score could be, what the school score under the new test is, calculate it under the old test. And the higher of those two is what the school gets. So I don't see how you do it at the student level, unless you do a transitional scale.
So it wouldn't be that we automatically bank the previous year's scores. I think the wording is what we're getting caught up with. It's not banking automatically the previous year's scores. We're just going to go with the higher between the two.
So all old or all new, higher the two.
I think that's right. I'm just pausing on it long enough
so
to be sure.
Let's take my 3-5 school that has just 5th grade science. Okay, so this year's 6th graders took the 5th grade science test last year, and they already have a score sitting there. This year's 5th graders will take a new assessment. Okay, so the question is, which one would go on the model? Last year's group or this year's group? The higher of the two. Is that what I'm saying? There's no mix and match. Yes.
Oh, yeah,
yes, the higher of the 2 years, worth 17-18 or 18-19, the higher of the two. But there's no mix and matching old and new.
But what we're, I think, clarifying as we talk about it is, if you don't do a transitional score, the higher of the two can only be at the school level.
Because if you take that one instance, kids that are in the 6th grade didn't take the new 5th grade assessment, so you can't say that the higher of the two at that student, because they only took one.
Why would you care to do that anyway? I mean, there's no growth associated with it, so why would you care?
Not proficient.
Level from last year and your proficiency level from this year, whichever one's higher, you get higher. That's what you get. You still got proficiency.
Just accountability points. Whichever accountability points is higher.
That's it.
Yeah,
probably not, but it gives you.
The problem is where you get into banked scores from this year's 10th graders, and you have 10th graders that are taking the new assessment. Then you have a full cohort of mixed at that point. So. Do you still count last year's scores in biology along with the bank scores, or do you count the bank scores and the new scores? That's where the overlap lies.
I think if you don't worry about scales and you just deal with proficiencies, you can.
Yeah.
I wish we had done that when we did MCT too. We tried the bridge scale and all the other stuff, and it would have been a bump, but it would have been cleaner than what we tried to do with that.
So for biology, you would take last year's score, and then this year would be comprised of proficiency from bank scores and proficiency from current scores, and then whichever one's higher. Yeah.
And so then who counts if you do that in 1920 for a high school?
Bank, it'll be your bank scores from.
Not from this year, because this first year of the assessment, they can't count next year. But you're only going to count 1920 10th graders. So let's be honest with you. Who do you wait to 10th grade to test in biology? You want to see those numbers? I've ran them. So. Yeah, see, that's what I kept getting to. No matter what you do, 1920 is an issue if you don't do it 2 years in a row.
The one thought I had was if you just hold back if you just hold back your banked scores that would have counted this year and count them next year. Of course, that doesn't solve the 8th grade biology 1 issue.
Yeah, if you wait to hold them, then the 18-19 biology option is only 10th graders this year that could make that better, and it's not going to make it better. It's going to make it way worse. It's going to be impossible. But I don't know if that matters, because the truth is, who really thinks they're going to do better in 18-19 science anyway? So,
better perform more proficient on the 5 levels.
Correct.
Yeah.
Point wise, I'm just talking accountability points. So it may make sense to hold those 17, 18, 9th, and 8th graders to 19-20, back to Christy's point. But high schools have to know, with science for 18-19, it's going to be bad.
Is there a possibility to hold what everybody had last year for that extended period of time, and either or? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So whatever your science scores were last year, hold that for that whole time period that you're referring to until the new one gets established with everybody.
And then they count with any sophomores that year that are taking the 19-20 test, which is offset. Your biology, trying to do some biology analyzation is going to be very interesting.
Talking about holding off.
At the high school level, you would take composite score on science, and you would do an either or for it, basically for the next
3 years. So it's
and 2 more years. You'll calculate
Every
score.
time you're doing the either or, you're drawing on a diminishing number of scores, because those legacy scores, those old science, are only the ones left in the bank, right?
Don't include bank scores with the new scores this year, but hold those bank scores to include them with the new scores in 2 years to help offset the 10th grade banked scores. Right?
no.
That was just
I don't disagree with that.
So 2021, is that where we are now?
No.
So everybody has a 17-18 score sitting there.
Yes.
Okay. So let that be an option for that whole time period, is what I was saying.
Oh, you mean count them again? Count them every year?
Yes, because you've got that
Not my
mix.
students.
Yeah, and only in biology for that time period, because that's the only time you're going to run into that scenario.
So when you run
5th and 8th,
18-19,
yeah.
you include your 17-18 bank scores with, and that's it. That makes up 18-19.
Yes.
And then in 19-20, you include any sophomores or above that are first-time testers in biology, and your 17-18
Right.
banked ones again.
That's right.
And then y'all are saying do it in 2021 as well because of the whole 8th grade thing.
Well,
it's only where we're
you
banking
only have
occurs.
do that 1 year with 5th and 8th, and 3 years for biology, because that's where the overlapping problem happens, is with the whole banking issue. Yeah, and that's a district problem
Only
too.
include those 8th graders that took it, and that would be the diminishing.
So the 9th graders that test in 19-20, are they counted in 2021 as well? You with me though? Because they're the second year of the assessment. They're not the first year of the assessment. The 9th graders in 19-20, but they can't count that year. So do they count the next year with the bank score from 17-18 and your 10th through 12th that test that year? See what I'm saying? 3 groups.
And again, you're mixing cohorts too.
I think, let me see if I can at least follow the different choices, because it's, so I think we're all pretty close on what to do in the first year, which is just take your, in the 18-19 year, take your 17-18 performance and carry it over, unless your new test performance is better. Okay. I think one option is to say, do that same thing again in 1920. Go back to 1718, carry it over, or compute it as if it were, produced by the new test, live and real now. So you're going to get your real 1920 score. Or if we go back and look 2 years back at your 1718 score, which one's better? It's a pretty favorable option, but that's a 2-year. And I guess somebody probably argued do that. You got to do that for 3 years. Do it for 2, do it for 3. I guess so that's one set of options. And I'm not opining about it. I'm just trying to sort them out. Another option would be, again, everything's the same for the first year. Go back and pull your old tests, compare it to the new. Or go back, and the new variant is you're starting to mix them up a little bit now. So you got new students in 20 who are taking the test that count, but anybody who banked a legacy score gets carried into that distribution. And it's going to be a hybrid. I think that's what I'm hearing. And then you do that again in the next year. Presumably the number of scores that you're drawing from the legacy period is diminishing from year 2, and year 3, and then year 4 is your first clean year with that. But I guess that's like a staged approach, as I understand the way folks are outlining it. So you only have new science count without an option for replacing it for the students who take science for the first time in 1920.
So back to Christie's question. So we're saying in 1920, 2021 for the 700 scale, and in the district numbers, it's just fifth and 8th grade science new test during that same time period. Eighth grade biology. That's essentially what she's asking. I don't know. We don't. How many?
It's different district by district.
Yeah, I wonder how many statewide.
Because I know in our district that'd be 0.
It's a very, very small percentage, I'm going to guess.
I think Deborah might be able to give us the count for 8th graders taking biology 1. Yeah, a couple of minutes.
Light or few, would it just make sense to hold the banking for 2 years for the new? So this upcoming year, 1920 would be new versus old, and then, or 1819 would be new versus old, and then 1920 would be new plus banked to offset.
17, 18 banked, and the 19, 20 10th grader up that test. And then 2020, 21, we're back to the rules.
Yeah, what's losing me is what about a student who spring of 19, what's that student doing? That's in the bank.
But it's the second administration of the science test. So the concern was not to include a first administration.
Spring of 19 is the first. Is the first administration.
Trying to figure out what's happening in 20. Are folks suggesting that a new score that was banked in 19 gets used in 20, or that would be presumably under the banner of.
Well, that'd be in direct opposition to the email we've already received. Yeah.
We're not going to do that.
Say that again. That can't count. But we're going to include the 17, 18 banked again. Yes.
Yeah, so you're going to have in 20 then, you're going to have, yeah, that's a good point. So I think I'm talking about spring of 20. Yeah.
They take it in the 10th grade.
This is where I'm losing you here. So again, let's talk about next year, the 2019-2020 academic year. And that year, new tests from 10th graders, they're in. Back to 9th graders, it was a new test this spring in 19, but folks are saying we don't want to roll that in. I got you. So the only legacy scores you'd be rolling in would be folks that were 8th graders this year.
17, 18
Yeah, 17,
banked.
18, yeah.
Not ninth graders as well, because they hadn't counted yet. They would have counted this year traditionally. And they will count this year in the 18-19 option. They'll count again in 19-20. That's what we're saying, correct?
Yeah, no, I believe it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you put it all. So you got the 10th graders who tested on the 5-level system, and what's their proficiency, and you got the 17, 18 on the 4-level proficiency, and what's their system, and you put it all together, and what's the points? Yeah.
You have 223 8th graders that took Biology 1 last year, statewide. 223.
Yeah, I think that's what we do. I think it's time to break for lunch. We've solved this next year. That's good. But let's keep going. And I'll call the question on that so everybody's to get that formally and get it in the notes and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, Paul and I were just talking. I think we need to bring in some chart paper and write all this out, and let's get everybody to where we can get our heads around this because it's important. So we will resume at 1 p.m. Thank you. All right, are folks ready to get started again? All right. So what we have on the agenda is to finish science, and then we are going to talk about college career readiness, and then we have some open feedback time on the agenda. And again, we have till 4 o'clock. So let's check back in with science. We've been doing some sketching, as you can see from what's on the wall here before lunch. And I'll do my best to kind of take us through where I think we are. And Christy, Paula, others, Ryan, jump in here as is appropriate to help us identify what the different options are. So 1819, I think we all agree, is pretty clear on what I haven't officially called the question, but I think the feedback I'm hearing seems pretty straightforward, that folks believe that it should be either carryover results from the previous academic year for science or use the new results across the board, whichever is more favorable. 2019-20 is where it starts to get really interesting. And then those two, by the way, those two sheets just show you kind of what that would mean for each option, option 1 and option 2. 2019-20 is where it starts to get a little interesting, and we have a couple of interesting ideas to put on the table. Above that hashed line is, I think, what one might call a default option. So if you're saying, okay, in 2019-20, we're going to have new examinees, or new science test examinees in grade 10, of course. But if we look backward to our 9th graders in 18-19, they also took the new test, and those tests are in the bank, ostensibly. And then if we go back to the 8th grade, they're still on the old test. So we've got 2 groups on the new test and probably a very small number of students on the old test. And so that's one example of what could be done in 1920. I think your obvious response to that's going to be, well, wait a minute, 1819 is not supposed to count. So if we do that, should option 1 from the 1819 year be given as a companion to that? So say either you get your 10th graders on the new test, last year's 9th graders on the new test, 2 years ago 8th graders on the old test, whatever that works out to be, or what you got last year on accountability, which maybe actually be what you got 2 years ago on accountability, probably for most schools. That's something I think we'd want to take very seriously, because withholding reporting science for that long could be a real problem and could really cloud people's understanding of science performance in the state. So I think this was Christy's great idea, and I'm not going to hide the fact I like it. Another option would be to do away with banking in the 1920 year and say, okay, so what's going to happen in 1920 is you are going to get your 10th graders on the new test. Essentially, everybody who takes the test that year counts. So that's the 1920 10th graders, the 1920 9th, 8th graders, and I guess if you have any 11th, 12th graders too. And if you did that, then I would imagine moving forward, then banking would be off the table. It's just, that would be a year in which you eliminate banking and you go entirely to the new test for any student who took the new test in that year. Did I mangle that too much? What do you guys think? Microphone.
So the only thing I would mention on S to just be 10 through 12, I would make it anybody who took in 1819 plus the 2 previous banked year scores. And then for 1920, it would be anybody who took the biology test plus any of the previously banked 8th grade scores from the old assessment. So it's keeping the banking to bring in all of the old assessments, but not depositing any more scores into the bank for using moving forward. And so the concern would be then if the federal requirements, which there are absolutely none in the peer review process for science. So science is required to be administered once in high school, which is defined as grades 10 through 12. But as far as the peer review accountability plan, science is not a requirement, and the department's using it as a school quality student success indicator. So there isn't necessarily a requirement that science has to be high school only. And so for biology, wherever a kid took the biology test would be who got credit for that biology score. So if it's that year and not be banked to be used in high school. If they took it in 9th grade, it just shows up that year in 9th grade. So
I have a question. How would that, and it may not, but how would that affect those students who are retesters who took the old test, but now they're taking the new? It wouldn't affect altogether. Okay. Or it's time test.
We wouldn't have anything to bank if we already count those kids and they're counted and they're not banked. Then we're really not suspending any rules. We just don't have any kids to pull in from that 18-19 administration, no matter what grade level they're in.
that was my question too. So previously, under your old system, science was required as an indicator for federal. So the reason you bank Algebra 1 is because the federal accountability plan requires math to be included at high school. So you have to have a high school assessment for all kids. Right, but previously, prior to ESSA, science did have to be, under No Child Left Behind, science did have to be part of your accountability system. So it's probably a legacy banking.
Just for biology, though.
Yeah, for biology.
That's a grand slam.
So make sure I understand, if we were changing the chart to what Christy just said, option 2 under 18-19, we would take off the 10th through 12th. It would just be whoever tested in 18-19. Is that right? Yep, you're right. And leave those other two up, the bank scores from the previous, okay? And then over here, it would be the bottom one, the very bottom one that Chris had, right? All just new. From that one, yeah. Yes, yes.
Is all that stuff. It's just anybody that takes it in 19, 20 plus a banked 8th grade score from 17, 18.
I guess it was just banked for us to ensure that that was our administration of the assessment once in 10th through 12th grade, because we're assessing in 8th and 9th grade.
But remember, under
that as our 10th through 12th grade.
No Child Left Behind, you had to include science in your accountability plan. And ESEA was the waivers that states got for No Child Left Behind, but that No Child Left Behind requirement for the inclusion of science didn't go away. So you still had to include science. ESSA does not require you to include science in your accountability. They only require it in your assessment system. Whereas previously, you had to include science.
Because it can't go in the academic area. Yes, sir.
Hey, 18-19, we have an either or, right? And I understand not wanting to option 1 take it over because it's removed, but that would make it. I have a feeling that 19-20, what's on the board there is going to be higher than what you had in option one. I think so, or at least comparable. But as a safety blanket, as a hold harmless until this works out, could we not bring that over and have option one for 1920 as well? You take the higher of the two, calculate it, and I know it's another year removed, but that would make it a lot more palatable. And then the next year, it's your full game. We don't have to worry about 2021. It's your full game then.
Getting used to the 4 to a 5 level system.
Right. Right. But I mean, I know it's taken in it's taken it 1 year removed is okay, but 2 years removed, and you're going to push your teachers to, hey, this is a game we're playing now, and you want to push them as high as you can, but making that transition to have that safety blanket there would be huge from a district standpoint.
I see both sides. I would say this for 1920. We always talk about not resetting cuts. If that's the only option for 1920, does resetting cuts become a possibility? That's a question to ask. So I don't know, but
I think if you bring it over, you don't have to worry about resetting cuts.
I'm trying to evaluate as I look at these options are, will any student scores never influence accountability? And I think that's true, but it's a little bit of you have to do a little gymnastics to get there. So in the 18-19 year, it hypothetically could if option 2 were selected. In the 1920 year, I guess you'd have to satisfy that what could have been option 2 in the 18-19 year was the best way to count those 8th and 9th grader scores. Part of why this is going to be important to everybody is people need to know that these results count and that students are motivated when they take them. But yeah, so yeah.
Well, I think with the either or, the motivation thing's not an issue, and also too at the high school level. I mean, the kids got to have it as much as it matters to them as much as anywhere. So, but I think 18-19 looks great, and I think 19-20 that option. I love no banking. I'm sure everyone else does too. It's just option if we're going to bring over option 1 for 19-20 as well to make sure that we don't have to entertain resetting cuts 2 years in a row. See, history, you could just take it out. They do the same option. You're 18-19 again, or it's easy to take care of.
That's my yeah.
Yeah, because if you take Algebra 1, you also take 8th grade math. You take both tests. Yeah, it counts in 2 different. Yeah.
Biology won last year across 5 schools, statewide.
But you're saying if they take it in 8th grade and we count it to the middle school, will it meet the ESSA requirement to test science in high school?
Going up to the table, Nathan. Task force is contemplating, I'll give you the short version, contemplating eliminating baking in the 1920 year. Can you, and
18-19.
Sort of. But I see why you said that. I think the central question we want to make sure that we ask you to think about with us is that fulfilling any ESSA compliance purpose that we don't want to?
Yeah, science is in the model, and it's in the ESSA plan as a school quality or student success indicator. So it is one of the required components in the federal model. We use science to meet that. The banking question, I think, will be more a matter of further discussion, because under ESSA it requires science assessment in K-5, once in 6-9, and once in 10-12. And so by banking that biology score, we're meeting that 10th grade through 12th grade piece.
But the accountability system doesn't require science as an indicator.
We're required to test it.
Right.
And we're using it to meet that indicator that is required. The school quality student success indicator.
But it doesn't tell you how to meet it. So you could use anything.
So we could add a different indicator and go back through an approval process with it.
Or you could still use science, but you don't have to use it in the same way. So for instance, some states might be using ACT, or some states might be using advanced performance on their science test or advanced performance on their math test. So it doesn't tell you have to use the indicator the same way you're calculating it for reporting purposes. So I guess this is where I'm a little bit conflicted, is right now you are semantically meeting the high school testing requirement for biology by banking a score, but that score isn't even required for use in accountability. So there's no accountability requirement to use science, right?
Yeah, and I'm also thinking about in ESSA language, there's the exception for banking math, right? But it doesn't address science. So
that provision was specifically to give states a way to avoid double testing, and the way out from double testing, have an advanced measure in high school as an alternative. I think, yeah, I mean, I think I'm with Christy on this in terms of my understanding of ESSA. I'm doing a little Googling while we're talking. Is certainly the testing and the reporting of outcomes is non-negotiable. Nobody's going to suggest that those tests not be given and that results not be reported. But I do think the state has discretion in its accountability components for school quality student success, how it might use any additional academic area that it decides, because of course the state doesn't have to use an additional academic area for school quality student success. You could have picked something else. I'm pretty sure that nothing in ESSA would limit the state from counting science differently. But let me see if I can.
But what's being proposed as the different solution? Have we gotten that far?
Yeah, so what we're suggesting is that we stop banking science scores. So the year a student takes their biology test is the school for which they count in. So if they take it in 8th grade, they count in the school they took it for in 8th grade. If they take it in 9th grade in high school or 10th grade in high school, it counts that year in the school that they took it. So the concern is we don't want to include this first year of science assessments wholeheartedly into the accountability system without some kind of release valve. So the option for the 18-19 school year is either you use the new scores that are generated from the science test, or you just take the science component points you earned last year and use those. So it's kind of like the hold harmless provision. But then moving forward, when we get into 19-20, you have all of the students who took 9th grade biology in 18-19 who are first-time test takers. So you would, if you're still banking, have to include those students, which is the first time they've taken the assessment, which we said we didn't want to include first-time assessment takers, into your accountability system, or into the calculation for the new indicator. And so what we want to do is in the 18-19 year, when there's still a escape valve to use option 1 or option 2, include all the kids that took biology, and then also to get in the future, the kids where they took the test actually counted where they took the test.
At the school where they participated in the course and the assessment.
So the
You know,
thing that I
other
keep coming back
states
to-
that are doing that are offering that course somewhere between 8th and 10th grade. It may count when they hit 10th. It may count when they take it in 8th or 9th.
But so maybe, but that's where the thing comes in, is if you look at the peer review template, there's not a single place in there that talks about science. You do not have to include science as an indicator in your accountability system. So you are completely open to how you include a science indicator, a U.S. history indicator, any other type of indicator. There's no requirement for including science testing in accountability like there was under NCLB or holdover under ESEA waivers, because that was still under NCLB guidance. And so with ESSA now, there's no requirement to be accountable for science in your rating system. You still have to report it. You still have to demonstrate that you're testing in science. But what's the difference between reporting scores 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade for saying that they took it in high school and then not even having a requirement for accountability, but then saying they have to take it in high school? So from our kind of reading and interpretation, one, science is not a required indicator, which is why it's under SQSS instead of proficiency. And two, there's no guidance in here on how you calculate an SQSS indicator other than you have to include all students, which we do. Even more so if we do it in the year.
Right.
We're required to report as a 10 through 12 science, then report it even if they took it in the 8th grade as when they're finished their 10th grade year. But we would have counted it in our state accountability when they were in the 8th grade or 9th grade. So that
Federal accountability, because your federal accountability doesn't tell you how you have to include them. Yeah.
Grade might take a little bit of time to think about, because so under the current system, it's an 8th grader that's enrolled in the high school, and you're going back and you're recovering their score from when they're now. If banking goes away, those 8th graders aren't at a high school, and there's no guarantee they'll be at any one high school. I think there might be a case for just taking 8th graders out. I mean, otherwise you have to say, I project this 8th grader is going to go to this high school. And
My counter to that would be, if you did take 8th graders out, then there'd be a huge incentive for everybody to test kids on biology 8th grade so that they would never count, because if they took it again, they'd be a not first time test taker.
You got to test those students fifth. You got to test those students 3 times.
Yeah. But you're not right now. But you're not right now. That's the it's the semantics.
So it counts as their high school. I mean, it counts when they get to high school rather than double counting them in the 8th grade on the 8th grade science and the 8th biology.
But if you still test them in 8th grade science and biology, all states are. Most states are. I mean, it's the technicality. It's semantics. I mean, their whole
You're giving
point.
them an assessment that would otherwise be given in high school.
I think your argument is you're assessing content that the high schools are responsible for. You've got some accelerated students who are getting to that content more quickly. You're doing the same thing in mathematics. It's not unusual. And to answer your question, Nathan, I don't think all. Well, first of all, I know not all states use science as school quality student success. I don't think all states bank. I think there are some. And I'll have to look up, see if I can give you some examples later, that they just take whoever they tested in that year. I mean, the requirements for school quality student success are: the indicator allows for meaningful differentiation. It does. Must be valid and reliable. I think we can say that. Must be used within the same indicator. Must be used within each grade span. All they're saying there is they're trying to keep you from saying we're going to do this for 12th graders and this for 11th graders or something like that. Must be comparable and applicable statewide. Must be measured and reported annually for all students and disaggregated by subgroup. Those are the full set of requirements. Yeah, I think your argument about are you covering the high school requirement for science is a different argument that's not answered from an accountability standpoint. I think that's an answer that is connected to the fact that these are standards associated with high school curriculum.
Like, you know, we could either just suspend banking to fix this issue in the assessment, or change the banking policy going forward for science. Is that a possibility to have?
Well, I think it's all on the table, but I can't let go of this 8th grade thing. I have to understand where we're going with that. So I concede your point about what that could do about motivation for 8th graders. What's the alternative then? You bank just those kids?
Why would you bank them at all?
Well, if you don't bank them, then what do you do with rejecting the high school connection?
You already are. I mean, why wouldn't you just count them as an 8th grader? Why do they need to count somewhere else?
Well, I'm saying we're banking now because they're currently enrolled as a 10th grader in that high school.
I get that.
Next year's
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But why do we?
If students leave the district, or let's say if they meet FAE in one district where they take the tests, and then they move somewhere and they meet FAE in a different district where it's supposed to count, it gets thrown out. They have to meet. They have to be in the same district.
I don't want to throw those 8th grade scores out. That's if they're taking in 8th grade, that's my top score.
No, I agree. So the question is either because they're going to be taking.
Our discussion was leading that they're taking a high school assessment early. So shouldn't the high school assessment count at the high school?
That's banking, and that's what we're trying to stop. I mean, that's what's happening. I mean, but yeah. Theoretically, too, what also happens is, so I mean, a small district that's may not be an issue, but if you've got a lot of schools, then you have a student that tests in 9th grade at one school, and they go to the other school in 10th grade, not even a feeder pattern, which happens all the time in our district, and the 9th grade school never gets credit for that score. They get it at the 10th grade. So, you know, I mean, it also just, it doesn't make sense from an accountability standpoint, honestly, either, you know. So should we try to solve this issue assuming banking is not going away? And then, or should we solve it both ways? If we can get rid of banking, here's the option. If we can't get rid of banking, here's the option. Is that what we should try to do?
I think that's reasonable. I think so. Let's call the question on next year, because I think this is easy, and then let's figure out at least prioritize. I think that's what you're inviting us to do, Ryan. What our options are for 1920. So for 1819, do we all agree with either get new science results or old science results carried forward, whichever's higher? Is there anybody that objects to that?
I just want to ask a question about it. The bank 17, 18, the only way to get those scores is to choose option 2, correct?
That's the point I was making earlier about, do any kids fall out of the system? And I think that's the only answer I have for that is they're in the system if option 2 is used. And I actually don't think option 2 is going to be used very much. I don't know that. I keep saying
option 2 might be used for high schools.
That's exactly right.
If banking is not allowed, because you have such few 10th graders in that 18-19 column, so the majority of your column is going to be the 17-18 and 16-17 bank scores, which are going to be higher. So actually, it probably will be used for a lot of 1,000 scale schools. It will be. If banking doesn't occur. If banking occurs and you got 9th graders in that 18-19, well then no. That option will not be used.
so you've added something else that I didn't know if we were working through, which is eliminating banking next year.
Well, that was what Christy wrote up there. Yeah. Sorry, I gave you credit too.
So if that's the case, then let's just take this back. Hang on a second. So we've got, so there's really three things you're choosing from. You're choosing from 1819 new with legacy scores banked, 1819 new with no banking, or the score from the previous year. Okay, then say the version you're thinking.
That goes for both options, with or without banks.
Depending on banking, they're either not in option 2 or they're not. That's the only difference, is our 8th and 9th graders that test in 1819 in option 2 or not. That's really it.
Right, and if they're not in option 2, then you run into next year, you have a whole bunch of banked scores that are your first year science scores that you don't want to use, but they're banked, and so now you're stuck with them to go somewhere, but
That's when you have to roll over the 17, 18
past each other. So we're just trying to figure out what's in option 2. Option 2 could be, and again, if we never opened up this this conversation about banking, the default would have been option 2 would be, I think, new 1819 examinees in 10th grade and legacy scores for 9th graders and 8th graders on the old test. So that's one version of option 2. That's option 2A. Option 2B is take everybody who took the new test that year and all those tests sitting in the bank just don't get used. Okay. So option 2, all new or new with old banked. Okay, I've got some.
All right, and I said this during the lunch. I'm just going to say it. If we don't want to put in option 3, then we don't have to. But we looked at not having science with the data that they showed us, but that was proportionally assigning the points to the other components. If you just equate, and that's what we do for this. I'm using the same term we use for 600 scale to 700 scale. But if you essentially link what the points would be for 950 points to 1,000 scale, the 1,000 scale doesn't change much. Okay, it actually, the average high school went up a point. So do we want to make that an option as well? Not that you have to do that; it's just an option. The better of the 3. I'll just throw it out. But if you don't, we don't want to. We don't want to.
banked scores from what would happen with the scores for this year.
So when we go to 19, well, I think the banking decision matters greatly in that one. I'm with you.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
I don't.
With you on that. I think the banking decision comes into play there, so I have to know the answer to that.
But all the feedback I've heard is that people want the banked scores to count. You don't want to just throw those out.
I'd have option 1.
Oh, I wouldn't want to throw them out. Honestly, I agree with that. Yeah.
Can we not do option 1 plus the bank scores? Because that is all old test.
Oh wow, okay. New way to look at it. So if we don't have banking at all, we just make option 1 17-18 test period, and option 2 18-19 test period. Is that what you're saying, kind of?
No, I'm saying option 1 17-18 plus banked 17-18.
Yeah.
As an option, because those are already sitting there. They've already been used once. Plus, you've got that bank 17-18 that hasn't been used that's sitting out there. So the whole purpose of doing this is to get a grace period from the new test. Well, the old test needs to come into play somewhere, even if option 1 is chosen, in my opinion.
Option 1 would just get bigger.
Right, because you have a set of banked biology scores there from.
So does it come out? Then it comes out of option 2 then, because it's going to option 1, and so option 2 is only 18, 19, which might be just 10th through 12th graders if we can't do banking, which that's not going to be an option that ever happens. So,
So what you're saying is, option 1 with banking from the prior year is essentially what would have been your score last year if we didn't have banking and everybody counted.
That's right.
Okay. And you're saying, which is almost certainly going to be a boost to scores from last year, or what is your performance with the new test with no banking? And it does seem to me like these no banking options ought to be somewhat coincident, instead of saying, pick the version that gives you the best profile. But I see why you say that, because you're saying, is that a consistent way to talk about the sunsetting of banking?
If let's say the decision is made not to bank, well, those scores that were taken are now fallen in oblivion. They're not being used anywhere.
Arguably, neither are the new scores.
That's right,
for 2
but
years
that's why we're
either.
even having this discussion.
Yeah,
The old scores should be reported somewhere.
I agree. But so should the new scores then too.
Yes,
So,
in a couple years.
yeah, yeah. I guess I would have a harder time doing the banked on top of the old scores, because we already have 2 years of banking in those old scores, and now we're adding a 3rd year and potentially a 4th year of banking to the old scores, which I don't necessarily think is the right way.
Could we not look at the 10-12 from 2017-2018 and add that to the bank 9th and 8th? So instead of just taking all of 2017 and 2018, pulling out that 10 through 12 to replace what's the new test, because the 9th and 8th graders that are banked aren't taking the new test anyway. So we just pulled last year's data, the 10 through 12 graders that are taking that new test, and count that instead of your new test. Then you eliminate that double banking. And then you just have to figure out what to do with our 9th and 8th graders this year.
It would be recalculating the science component from last year using last year's 10th plus kids and then this year's kids that would have rolled into banking. It could make it lower. It could make it higher.
Yeah, but what she's saying is, you just take everybody that took the test last year, and that's it. That's right. That was not.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No, that's not what she's saying.
Like, that's what we're saying to begin with. And I know we'd have to right now, our 10th through 12th graders, and then 9th and 8th. And I think everyone's agreed that 9th and 8th graders should count. If we had already taken their test, they were going to count this year anyway. And our 10th through 12th graders are taking that 2018-2019 test. If we look at the 2017-2018 data, if we could pool the 10 through 12, and so if we say, okay, we have the new test, and let's look at how 10 through 12 did last year in the old test, let's take the higher of the two, add that to your current bank, your 9th and your 8th. The only issue now is what do you do with this year's 9th and 8th graders if we're transitioning towards no bank.
Oh, I'm with her. She's saying you count the banked 17, 18, 16, 17 regardless. Your choice is, are you including 18, 19, 10th through 12th graders this year, or 17, 18, 10th through 12th graders last year in that number? It's just, so you're not really presenting options. That's just, the only option would be which group do you include, 18, 19, 10th through 12th, or 17, 18, 10th through 12th. Well, I know which option that's going to be. So,
I think there's something conceptually appealing to saying option 1 is a carryover of the previous year. I think creating previous years that never happened but could have happened is a problem. So convince me I'm wrong.
I think the truth is too, until we work out the banking question, I don't know we can totally make an answer, because that totally affects option 2 if ninth graders are in that 18-19 or not, because that's the majority of the testers. So, you know, like we're wanting to use the 17-18 bank scores. Well, if 18-19 is just 10th through 12th, you may be using them because option 2 may be higher for a lot of schools.
I think a plausible way through this is to say, and you know, you sort of heard me make the case for leave the previous year alone. But again, it's the committee's will, not mine. But for the right side, option 2 of 18-19, I do think having 2 different versions of that as a choice seems sensible to me. The all new tests in that year version, which is the kind of start of the clean break of banking, or the version where you banked in the way that you would expect to bank if it were continuing, which, to be clear, is your 10th graders in 18-19 and your 9th graders from the previous year and your 8th graders from 2 years previous, and so forth. So in other words, continue banking like you would have for that option 2 along with your new scores, or just stop banking and do all your new scores. So I mean, that essentially gives schools and districts 3 options to choose from if you go with that. So you've got whatever you would have got last year, and then 2 different versions of option 2 for the current year.
One of the versions is just the new scores, and the other version is the new scores.
Banking as, yeah.
So if you don't bank legacy scores, you just don't ever use legacy scores.
I point out something, and maybe I'm misunderstanding, but the memo that went out from Dr. Wright said that we would not include scores from the first. Sounds like one of these options is using scores from the first year as part of the calculation. So I have concern about being inconsistent.
Only if you go with option 2. You always have the option to carry over the previous year.
Yeah. Harmless with the backup. But if the other one test was better, you have the option to choose the new test if you would like.
Yeah, I don't think we're violating that. If it's better, and your kids did better than you did on the old, then why hold you back? So you're giving them the option. They don't have to use that.
Well, we will have our fall science results back shortly. We'll go back over. It's hard to predict the spring from the fall because we have so many retesters in that fall file.
The other thing I wanted to point out to also consider is how is this going to look when we report results out. So I don't want it to get to where it's confusing for the public to understand what is a true reflection of. What's that?
They're already confused.
Okay.
That's wow.
I don't know this is, but we're talking to kind of do what Ken's wanting to do. You could change option 1 to just banked, like the 2 options below on option 2, 17-18 bank scores, 16-17 8th grade bank scores. Make that actually option 1. I don't know I like that idea, but I'm just throwing it out there. I think the easiest way is if we can get rid of banking, is do what we said, throw the 17-18 bank, the 16-17 bank on option 1, and that's all 17-18 data. And then option 2 is 18-19 if you took it in 18-19, and now all the scales match. Right? If we don't have to do banking, then that's probably makes the most sense.
I agree.
Like it makes this year the year it, and then we start anew without banking.
But if you do well this year, you can be rewarded.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're still going to report how people perform on the new assessment, so that's going to be out there.
But they could still have the option to use that
Yeah.
score if it's improved.
If it's higher than.
Yeah.
And I like that all the scales are the same. You know, like it's this option or that option, every grade level. You know.
I guess the other issue that we have hanging out there is, you know, what to do with banked 8th grade biology 1 scores, and we do have some time to figure that out before they get, you know, back into the.
Never counts for a school, but it counts for the district.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying? Because they have to be in the same district to be counted anyway.
I'm just throwing it out there.
And there's so many moving parts
It
here.
does count. It's not thrown away. It still counts in the district.
How long would it take to get an answer on whether the banking issue? Who makes that decision, and when do we get information on that?
Why don't we do this? And I don't know the answer to that. It's an excellent question. I have the same question. Although I sort of agree with Christy that I don't think this is something that I don't think the answer is going to come from the feds. I think if there's a reason it can't be done, it's going to be another reason. But why don't we make a recommendation if banking is not going to go away, and a recommendation if banking will go away. So sort of follow the priority thing. So if we were being told that the banking has to continue for whatever reason, what would this task force recommend? And I do hear you about there being some support for eliminating banking sooner than later, I think is what I'm hearing from this task force. As soon as it can be done and as broadly as it can be done, you want to eliminate banking. So, point taken. But let's just say for reporting the 18-19 results, if banking wasn't to be tinkered with, for whatever reason that might be, would this committee be in favor of either carry over the legacy scores or do the new scores with the old instantiation of banking? I mean, I haven't heard a better choice than that if banking's not a variable. Any objection to that? Okay. Yeah. So option 1 under banking continues as planned is, or excuse me, 2018-2019 under banking continues as planned is either carry forward last year's science results, that's option 1. Option 2 is count the new results plus the banked results, which are all old tests. Yes, Tim? Yeah. Okay. So we've made one decision. If banking can be pulled, I've heard several people say in several ways that you want to start it as soon as possible. To include some low-hanging fruit would be you want one version of option 2 to be, for again, 18-19 only. One version of I'll get to 19-20. One version of option 2 would be what would the results look like in 18-19 for all tests to be included. The other could be 10 through 12th graders plus legacy tests. And then I've even heard, and this is where I think it gets a little dicey, but again, I want to record your recommendations. Option 1 carrying forward the legacy tests, including carrying forward a portrait of what the 17-18 performance would have been had banking not been in place. This is the view I think I've heard some people articulate to say, we don't want those bank scores to just disappear. And the best way that they should serve the purpose would be to be a version of option 1. Is that what I'm hearing in terms of what the task force is saying, in terms of have full control over the different versions of banking? The principles being eliminated as soon as possible, eliminate it for both options 1 and 2. Seeing some nods. Anybody? So I'll put that in the notes unless somebody tells me not to.
I'm confused.
Banking can go away. Option 1 becomes what's there now and move over the 2 banked items from under option 2. Is that what you're saying?
In other words, all old tests stay with all old tests.
Whether 8th grade, 9th grade, or whatever, 17, 8. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying what I'm hearing from folks is they're arguing that if banking if you can have as broad a departure from banking as possible as soon as possible, you'd want it to be reflected in both option 1 and in option 2. That's what I'm hearing from you guys. I actually think having it in option 1 could be dicey, but I want to make sure I reflect your recommendation. Yeah.
One other unfortunate incident that just occurred to me is the state plan does indicate that you will bank scores for biology in your federally approved plan.
Yeah, I've always assumed that this is going to require an amendment.
So what we're all right, let's make sure, because we had it. We don't have it up here now, so we now have to kind of visualize it. If banking doesn't go away, option 1 is what it is. It's what you see up there. Option 2, we would change that back to what it was to begin with, which is 18, 19, 10th through 12th grade first-time testers, and then your bank 17, 18, bank 16, 17, period, right? Okay.
Exactly as we calculate it now.
Okay. So that's option 1 if banking can't go away. And so now what we're saying, if banking can go away, option 1, we take over the 17, 18, 16, 17 to the 17, 18 side, leave in 18, 19. You take it in 18, 19, you count in 18, 19, right? Is that what we're saying?
I think.
I hear you want 2 versions of option 2. With banking as it always was, without banking. So it's always going to be. I also heard something more to be like which does create a situation.
So what I said is right on if banking doesn't go away. That's okay. So, okay. All right. So I was seeing if everybody else understood that as well. And then now, so it's okay. I see with you with the banking, if banking can go away. So we're saying use the bank scores on either option.
I have a question concerning the Mississippi plan. So if it says it in the Mississippi plan, what is the process for having that? Would that not have to be resubmitted to the feds and get another approval?
No, we can resubmit. We can amend it.
Filing an amendment.
Other things that we change that require an amendment.
Okay, so that's not a big deal.
So my question
Sort
is,
of.
I'm not
Sort
saying
of.
that, but you know,
sort of. Huh?
would we want to go back and recalculate a previous score? Is my question. Is
that's the concern? Yeah.
that something we even want to entertain? What does that serve? for us to even entertain that, because we don't want to waste time.
I'm kind of wondering, is there something we can decide at this point to take care of this year, and then figure out the next year when?
I'm okay with that. I do think I mean, one of the things that's so attractive about this whole discussion is I think people see a way through 1920 that helps us to see that the transition will feel fair and reasonable, and I think that way through is tinkering with the banking. Again, putting my cards on the table, I think we ought to go with this. Leave banking alone this year and go with the option of either new scores, bank like we would, or old scores. And then focus our efforts on 1920. Can we get rid of banking, follow the amendment, and that feels like it opens up a path for a transition that also gives the state time to follow that amendment and work through all that.
So in your opinion, they wouldn't really change much. The only difference would be, does the 18-19 group include ninth graders or not? For the option 2. I'm sorry? So
Any banked. So 8th or 9th.
Oh, yeah,
Assuming option 2 in the we're not messing with banking world yet is we bank like we always would have. Except that, I mean, but no, there's no except. We bank as we always would have. And so option 2, the only new tests in option 2 are your 10th through 12th graders.
Test 10, 11, 12th graders in biology 1 this year, they'll be in there along with your banked scores. And so that you get the higher of either that or whatever your science proficiency score was last year.
Yeah.
That's good.
Figure out banking.
We can note in our proceedings that we want to explore the removal of banking for the 1920 year, and we can put the rationale for that.
I think that the big challenge is what they originally raised is if you only include 10 have already made the decision, you're banking those 9th grade scores for next year, so you have to deal with them next year.
Yeah.
And you don't want to include first-time science tests next year. So that's why I think it's so important that we decide who's included in those new scores this year, because if we don't decide that right now, then we have to deal with the 9th grade first-time test takers on a new test next year, which how this kind of all started, and thinking of, can we get rid of banking or not?
And if you pull the first assessment over, now you've got to pull option 1 over again to 1920.
That whole 9th grade cohort for scores too, who probably will fare okay. So that's why we can't just.
You have 2 different cohort groups counting in 1920, and that 2 groups of 9th graders that are different cohorts.
Why can't we just include all scores as option 2 said, but then give the option to use the legacy score from 17, 18? Can we not just?
I know that we can, but I'm not the one to say you can't. So, but yeah, so I hear what you're saying. That's so.
If the 9th graders are in that, then yes.
That sets us up for whatever the task force next year determines, or wherever we decide we need to go from there to make the decisions about banking from there. We've got a fresh start.
Right, because if we don't include them this year in the new, and we bank them, then next year, it's the first time they took that first science test, which we agreed we didn't necessarily want to include in accountability per Dr. Wright's directive, right? So then we're stuck with lots of scores next year that are the first administration of that science test.
Next year that we're not going to bank anymore, and we're going to count whoever tests next year as our population. 8th,
Right.
9th, 10th, 11th, 12th.
Next year meaning in 20 or next year in 19? Well, then we still lose all those 8th and 9th grade scores from this year.
Right. Yeah, we would just not use them.
I think it's tough.
Well, if that's going to drive our decisions, then I mean, that two choice option 2 is the only way that we give a possible path to those scores, and I'm okay with that. So,
I guess my question, in speaking from Dr. Wright's memo, if we are giving the option of choosing 1 or 2, that's not necessarily going, contradicting what she's saying, because the district is choosing which option to take. Her thing is that we won't include it as a whole, as a state. But if the district is saying that this is the higher score of the 2, would that still be contradictory of what she has stated? So would it not be feasible to just say all of them in 18-19 and leave it up to the districts to choose, option 2 if they chose to do that?
I'm positive we've articulated every permutation here. Yeah, and I so let me try this again and see, and if maybe we can even prioritize this. We already know what we want to recommend if banking is not going to change. Although you've been very strong, and I'll record that in the notes, that you want banking to go away. Fair point. But if it's not, or at least not for the 18-19 year, then we've got this version I've said several times. Option 1 or option 2 with legacy banking continue to be implemented. I think we can put on this then an option 2B, which is I'm trying to satisfy the concern that Christy and others have raised that we need a path for those scores for the 8th and 9th graders who test this year to potentially go somewhere, to a no banked option 2. And the way I would recommend it is to say make that one of 3 choices. So carry last year's scores forward, new scores with banking, new scores without banking. We've got 3 ways to do it. So all of those scores could go somewhere. And then in the 19-20 year, it's the year that this task force recommends stop it. From that year onward, it would just be the new school.
I think my hang up is still with the language. So you said with banking and without banking. I think in option 2, there's always going to be banking because you're pulling in those scores. So there's always going to be, you're pulling out of the bank from previous years to include them with the new scores. Because that's business rule as usual would be 10 through 12 plus the bank scores. And then option 1 is old scores, option 2 is 10 through 12, business rule as usual with bank scores, and then the option 3 would be anyone who took biology plus banked scores.
Plus banked scores, that differs from what I was saying.
That's versus just kids who took 10 through 12. But those banked scores are going to come in no matter what from 17, 18, 9th graders and 16, 17, 8th graders. Because
again, your recommendation for the 2A and 2B are bank the old way plus all examinees in the year.
That's right, because it would be the 18, 19 current 9th graders that would encompass all. So yes.
Or business as usual plus 8th and 9th graders new scores. Yep.
That differs from what I said, because I'd said business as usual or just that year's examinees. And you're amending it to say it's an addition to, not in lieu of.
Right, because we don't want to lose any scores. We don't want to lose this year's new scores, and we don't want to lose the last 2 years' legacy scores either.
All right, I'm going to read it out, see if this is it. 3 options. 17, 18 points, exactly as they were, option 1. Option 2, 18-19, 10th through 12th grade first-time testers. 17-18, 9th grade bank scores. 16-17, 8th grade bank scores. Option 2. Option 3, if there is no banking. 18-19, 9th through 12th grade scores. 17-18, 9th grade bank scores. 16-17, 8th grade bank scores. Option 3.
Not
That's
9
not
through
right.
12. 8 through 12.
8 through 12. Yep. I keep forgetting. Is that it?
Yes.
I
That's
think we're all on the
Adding a
same
bunch of words.
page. Kind of the question of, do we bank or do
Folks, I think we've got as far as we can get with that. I've got, I'm afraid. And if you feel there is a wrong turn in that you feel is compelling to address, do so now. Otherwise, I'm going to recommend a brief break, and then we'll come back and wrap up. We're good?
we have another issue?
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
The only thing I'll add is that, if our state plan that's approved by ESSA says we bank, we don't have the authority to make that decision to.
And the good news is we have a path through if banking doesn't change for this year.
Right.
That's one thing we definitely accomplished. Now, 1920 becomes harder to solve if banking is not going to be removed, but that's a little bit of time.
Yeah, but if it's not going to be removed, there's nothing we can do about it in 18-19 anyway. So.
Clarify the other piece is a school that's unaffected by banking, the choice is your new scores versus your legacy score.
That's the core of what we decided. Yeah.
One question about option 3. What do you do about the 8th graders who are taking both the 8th grade science and biology too? Okay.
If we want to go down this path of amending the plan and doing away with banking, then that would be where we would go.
Okay, thank you. Let's make it a brief break because I don't think we have a ton on the other side of the break. So if we can come back in 5 to 10 minutes, we'll get you wrapped up. Together, please. Just kind of. So I think Mr. Burrow is going to start us off here, and I think there might be some others to contribute. So take it away, Alan.
All right, let's see. I think we've got a few slides. All right, so another area that we want to talk about, exploring some options, probably primarily for enhancements, are an acceleration measures. So when I say enhancements, adding additional measures of performance or different options for measures of performance within these components. So mainly today, you're just kind of like to discuss a couple of issues and then tee up some ideas or some discussion on how we might do this moving forward. Okay, one of the issues that's come up, and I want to make sure that we get addressed, this informally came before the Accountability Task Force, I believe it was last year or year before, where we have an accelerated course that is administered over two-year period, and right now the accounting, and Deborah helped me on this because we assign credit for these courses based on course codes, but my understanding is that this course is the credit for college credit comes in year 2 at the end of year 2. So there's no assessment in the first year. And yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so what happens is about participation and performance as both having numerators and denominators. They're counting in the participation numerator, which then makes them count in the performance denominator, but there's no chance for them to earn the performance credit, which is where the issue comes in. Is that clear? On the performance side, they're getting participation credit, right? Performance.
Credit, advanced placement, the IB, and Cambridge. The only ones that I'm aware of, I mean, Cambridge can have some 2-year courses, and then of course we know the IB has some 2-year courses.
So obviously we don't want the district to be penalized in performance when there's not a performance measure for a particular course. I guess the discussion here is, how do we apply a multi-year course in the acceleration component? And I put the business rules in here on a couple of slides. The first one talks about calculation of participation. And the reason why I put the business rules in here is because depending on where we land on this, it could require some significant changes to the business rules, because right now the business rules are written as though it assumes that there would be a measure of success at the end of the course in the same year. So participation is you count how many 11th and 12th graders you have, plus any 9th or 10th graders that participate, and then that's your denominator, and then your numerator is the state, again with some adjustments for multiple courses. And then the performance side assumes that all of those students that are counted in participation will have a performance measure. And so your denominator for performance is all students that participated, and the numerator is all those students who met the requirements to earn college credit.
Well, I just leaned and told Chrissy that when I'd forgotten about the industry certification, that there may be some 2-year courses there. And we certainly would want to look at a way to not have this as a programming nightmare, for acceleration, but we may have to implement, if you approve this, for them to be participation only in year 1 and be excluded from performance year 1, and then participation and performance year 2, look at having some a process to assign a special course code or something to those that are 2 years that should be excluded, for purposes of the calculation and for it not to be a programming nightmare for Deborah and her team. So we would have some details to work out through that.
So I have a question. Ellen, are these courses that we're talking about instructionally designed to be 2-year courses or designed to be 1-year courses that the district has chosen to administer over 2 years?
I will tell you the CTE courses are designed to be 2-year programs. So you only get the first half.
What about IB?
I don't have IB. I think the only one who has IB is Ocean Springs. Yeah.
I'm in on that one, so.
Now, I know we have some staff in here from academic education. Okay, so the IB course was, well, and that was my understanding too. I think I have that in my slide. For the IB course.
So you mean IB offers the district the option of teaching it based on what's allowable through IB?
But, if there's other courses that don't, that are designed to be multiple years, we need to address those as well. So.
And I think Dana would know that I think the 8 courses are as well.
There are some that has year 1 certificate, like IT information technology has a year 1 certification and a year 2 certificate. Yeah,
Deborah can help us on the programming.
They get the results. We get the results back in a year.
So, like for example, not every industry cert class counts for the purposes of accountability, and I don't want to misspeak, but I believe part of the criteria is it one of those that has the exam at the end, like the year 2 class. So right now, those first year courses are not counted in either participation or performance.
And one question could be, do we exclude the first year of these courses from both participation and performance measures, and then they are included in the second year, and we just fix that programmatically based on course codes? Or should the first year receive some participation credit? That's kind of the question.
I have 2 thoughts on that. The first one, if the course is designed to be taught instructionally in 1 year and the district chooses to do it over 2 years, I don't think giving them credit for participation in that first year is appropriate, because essentially then you're taking away the opportunity for that student to take 2 IB courses because you're stretching it over 2 years. So I think that is one distinction I would make. And then the other distinction I would make is, if it is a 2-year course, I would be concerned that we wouldn't have a conditional participation statement, that you would get a bunch of participation credit for participating in the first year, but then not even enrolling in the second year. So if you're going to be giving credit for participation in that first year, it should be contingent on whether or not they participated in that second year as well. Otherwise, you could just have a bunch of people enroll in that. So those are 2 considerations that I'd like to know before I make any.
Like they're pulling away the next year?
Or not give credit.
There you go.
Or just not give credit for that first year. Wait until the second year when you've established.
Give them 2.
And get as many students in those courses as possible, and you can't get to year 2 if you don't do year 1. So I don't see the problem of giving some credit for including and recruiting kids to do year one, because you can't get to year two if you don't do year one.
There's an option to do an assessment after year one and the district chooses not to. I think that's a different condition than a CTE where it's where there's not an option. It's a 2-year program. So I think it's two separate.
Because there's a lot of CTE programs that are 2-year
Right,
programs.
I agree. Because I think mostly the advanced courses, one of the requirements is to have an assessment at the end of the course. And if there's a choice to have an assessment, I think that needs to be had before you give them credit. But if it's a CT and there is no assessment at the end of year one, then that's could be an exception.
CT, you're going to have some year one 10th graders, and the denominator is not all enrolled students. It's only the ones that are participators. Yeah, but if we're talking about giving a participation credit on year one, you can't use that stipulation. They're in 10th grade. Yeah, but we would need to, in my opinion, you need to include the other 2-year programs, I would think.
Be a choice.
Also give a half credit of participation. That way, if they don't participate the next year, they can get as much of a boost. You have to come
add up to deem someone for that.
Yeah, if there's no assessment available, but like I was saying, if the IB course is supposed to be taught in 1 year and they're supposed to administer the test at the end of the course over 1 year worth of material and instruction, to extend it over 2 years incentivizes a longer period so that student doesn't have the opportunity to take more other courses and to kind of drag things out. So that's the only thing that I wanted to make sure we're given opportunities.
Is there a stipulation, because of course with dual credit they have to have a certain score. With AP they have to have a certain score. With IB, is there a certain score that students must score at the end of the year test to do that? Okay.
There's a score associated, for all that. It's just the dual enrollment doesn't have a dual credit. Dual enrollment is a grade of a C with no assessment, but the industry certification and the Cambridge and IB and advanced placement all has that. All right, so I've gotten a text from a district that says, everybody please speak into the mic. We're trying to watch on that. And then I'll also text IB, and IB makes that determination whether the course is taught over a period of 1 year or 2 years. That's not a district. And so the course code for the Cambridge would dictate that. But I still think for purposes of the programming teams that we'll have to work to make sure particular course codes, if it's a 2-year industry certification or IB or Cambridge, that we identify those through course codes or something so that the programming picks up what should be excluded year one from performance.
Can you just call Cambridge? That's how you
Yeah,
start
yeah.
senior courses and call AB.
IB, we can get that information.
So I guess what we need from the group is, do we award participation in year one or no?
We just get teams for performance in year one.
Well, it depends on the course, right, Deborah? There's what she said earlier. There's some courses that are they're not getting anything for if it's a 2-year.
Well, if you throw them into participation, now they're on the performance side. If they can't get credit on the performance side, it's actually harmful.
To me, that's the business rule that we need to focus on, right? I think the business rule we need to focus on is the denominator for performance must only include students who encounter an exam in the current year. Right?
So they would count in the denominator for participation, numerator, but not count in the performance side at all in the denominator or numerator.
No. So we need to.
So in the similar vein, the CTE courses are structured in the same way, and we are not counting that first year in either category. So just take that into consideration.
It all falls under the same business rule. My question is, why would we be treating anything that's listed in the business rule differently than the other?
Exactly right.
I didn't realize that.
Back to the participation calculation.
The same thing.
Yeah.
So we're not treating
Participation is participants in the numerator, enrollment in the denominator. Performance is
It's the same thing as the participation numerator.
Right.
Now you're in the performance
it moves to
denominator.
the denominator. Yeah.
It's just calculated.
Yeah, and again, I just think the most important problem to address, in my view, I could probably argue both sides on the participation, but it can't give somebody 0 in the numerator if they're not going to see a test. So
I think you exclude them altogether, like you do CTE. I mean, they're just not in either until they have a chance to meet the performance criteria. So let's just exclude them and roll on.
So that's one option.
Or count year one and
CTE.
Already do it.
It's got to be consistent across.
Consistent and the same.
But you just make a new rule clarifying what you're going to do if you have this situation, I guess, right?
So yeah. So again, I'm going to bring the question back. Should an accelerated course that has a course design to be given over 2 years receive participation credit in the first year or be excluded in the first year from participation or performance? Well, so either option that we use here, well, if we make sure that they are included for participation, then we're going to have to change this business rule that identifies the denominator for performance. So the other option is to not change anything in the business rules, but be sure that we're applying consistently CT, IB, any of the courses are excluded in the first year.
So this is the cousin, not exactly, of the 9th and 10th grade rule, how they're treated overall. They're only included in participation if they're going to count in the performance numerator at the end.
Right, yeah.
It's not exactly like that, but so you only count them if they can count in the performance denominator. So you just write the rule to say that.
Yeah, so the logic there, yeah, if they have a performance measure, then we include them also in participation. Yeah.
I think the key question is whether or not for these multi-year courses, your participation in the first year that doesn't culminate in this.
Make a 9.4.4, I mean 9.4.4 and clarify what we're doing. It can mimic 9.4.2. You just use it as your basis to write the rule. Just have to take out the passing part, maybe an opportunity to pass these assessments, something like that.
Hearing different things on the first question, which is what do you give participation credit when it doesn't culminate in an exam? Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of two things. I think you either, on the multi-year courses, you include them in participation on that first year, but don't include them in the numerator or the denominator for performance in that year, and you include them as standard practice in the subsequent year that culminates in an assessment. The other option is to say, ignore the participation on any year that doesn't culminate in an assessment and only pay attention to the year in which there's an outcome for both participation and performance. So I think those are the two. And it sounds like there's some reflection about that might not be consistently implemented right now. So this presumably would iron out all that.
Yeah. The business will certainly going to have to be clarified.
Back to what is the purpose? You know, what is the purpose of this being in accountability? Is it to incentivize participation, or is it to hold accountable for performance? And you know, I would lean toward incentivizing participation. We want to get more kids involved, as many as we can, in these type programs. So if you give them credit for participation, you're incentivizing that from a district standpoint.
The purpose of including participation and performance was to gear up. The intent of the college and career ready and acceleration measure was to get kids credits prior to leaving high school. So the focus kind of was on performance, but wanted to acknowledge you can't get to performance until you have participation, which is why there was that declining participation, 70-30, 60-40, 50-50. So it's both, but I think with the focus on that performance and making sure kids are earning credits prior to leaving high school. The other thing, not to throw any more complexity into it, but for the participation rule, the only way a participant in 9th and 10th grade is including it in participation is if they're taking and passing the assessment at the end. So 9th and 10th graders, the only time they would be included is when it culminates in the passage of an assessment, in which case they're put back into the participation. Otherwise, they're not considered or included at all. So that's another way to think about. I think the intent of that was they didn't want to just throw a whole bunch of kids into courses which they might not be prepared for, interested in, or going to persist in, and so they wanted to be sure that they were ready for it, could pass it and take it, and then we'll retroactively give credit for it.
They didn't want the 9th and 10th grade to be able to hurt you in any way whatsoever. It should be an incentive for them. 11th and 12th grade, you should be held responsible. So the truth is, if you do some numbers and you put, there's a certain criteria, a certain mark, but if you put students in participation and now they're thrown to the performance side and they don't be by performance measure, it hurts the accountability points.
I've done enough data on our stuff. You know, we had several kids last year that had a mixture of dual credit and AP. They did all their dual credit, but didn't do well on their AP tests, and just because they were enrolled in an AP test actually negatively impacted score at the district, when they would have been better off not even taking the course in terms of accountability points.
So my perspective is a little different because we have a $1 million welding lab in our district that Ingalls has put in place, and so our children start working on industry certification in 9th grade because they know. I have a little. I just have a question in my head why we would not include 9th and 10th graders. Because they are participating, and then it could lead to an industry certification. And when those children leave the high school, they're able to go to into the workforce like effective immediately. And then it may be that they can take a 2-year course, 9th and 10th grade, get one industry cert, and then take a different course in 11th and 12th grade and get an additional industry certification. And so we can't devalue the industry certification process for the others. I agree with Scott. Why are 9th and 10th graders, I guess, less valued in the accountability model than, the other 11th and 12th grade?
I don't think they're less valued. I think the challenge was when we were including it with AP, IB, and Cambridge, those were focused on 11th and 12th grade opportunities. So including 9th and 10th graders in the denominator entirely would have depressed the values for CCR. So by doing it just once they have success in the performance, then it's, like Ryan said, only advantaging for those districts that are really taking seriously the 9th and 10th grade CTE and industry cert opportunities. So you're getting more credit, I guess, for having good programs for CTE. But the whole conversation was around 11th and 12th graders are typically the only ones taking AP and IB classes for the credits, and even dual enrollment.
Up a good point, and one that I would want us to clarify, or you all to clarify. if we count year one of a course, 2-year course for participation, and not for performance, do we just do that for 11th and 12th graders, or do we also consider 9th and 10th graders that are in a multiple year course?
I don't think you can just do 11th and 12th graders, because when you put the CTE world in there, there's so many 2-year programs that are starting with 10th graders and even some 9th graders. So we're going to penalize a kid just because they're going to do it a year earlier than a 11th and 12th grader. I wouldn't, because it's the same course.
So where does it, I guess the question then becomes, where do you distinguish the line of who is in participation but doesn't have to be in performance? What activities, what grade levels, what kind of programs?
Like, we could identify course codes that correspond to the first year of a 2-year program.
So that'd be the stipulation. It's a 2-year program. First year, you're not able to be in performance.
I have a question. So I see with 9.4.3 it says during the same school year, whereas with 1 and 2 it does not. And so could not the holdover be until the student completes the final year or course in order for that to count, so that it doesn't count against them initially? So if the course, if it's supposed to be a 2-year course, then the participation and the performance doesn't count until the very end, because it doesn't say same year. So I guess why is it counted against them now if it doesn't? Exactly, that's what I'm saying. But the point 1 and point 2 does not specify that it's within the same school year. So I guess and maybe I'm confused. So with the right now this district where it's counting against them for performance, and then the next year that it's counting for both, why is it? Because the business rule doesn't say within the same year. So does that?
Every year you're looking at 11th and 12th graders. What 3.4 or 9.4.3 is trying to incentivize is that you get a kid taking AP, math, and CTE to get them twice in the numerator. So it doesn't matter how long the course is, but opportunities, not just rate.
I understand that. My question still goes back to, I guess I'm trying to understand, why is it hurting them if it's supposed to be at the end, alleviating 9.4.3? Just, oh, okay. Okay. Exactly. Okay. Okay.
One decision to make. A few minutes ago, now we have two decisions. One decision is you award participation credit in the year that doesn't culminate in an exam. The second decision is, do you want to expand 11, 12 to be broader range of grades?
I mean, if you write a rule that they don't count in the performance denominator, I mean, no, it's going to, Deborah's programming's about to get complicated. But
that's our job.
But no, I mean, no, I don't think so. I mean, it's yeah, that's just the problem is when they're thrown to the performance side. If you don't throw them to the performance side, well, you're gonna get half credit. So. But I agree with you. If you're going to do it, well, you got to do it for anybody that's in the situation, no matter what grade level you're in.
Sounds like majority of the comments I've heard are in support of continuing to award participation credit second year for performance, not participation. Ensure that
we have numbers like how many this affects. IB I know is very, very small. What about CTE? There's going to be a lot of what?
I think the CTE would be substantial, but I don't.
There's a lot of 2-year programs, and the industry certification exam is not till year 2.
Right, and then we'll have to look at some other kind of outliers. I can't remember which program they follow, but there's like some research, where it's not an exam that happens, but it's like a portfolio project that takes place at the, so I think we'll need to be really careful about our definition that I think is in 9.5. The text is not up here about certain courses, like we only include like board certified, board approved courses. We may have to look at that, any adjustments.
I have one question before we move forward. So those courses that are CTE courses that don't allow the students to take the certification until age 18, how do we include those? have EMT, you have some manufacturing courses that say, yeah.
Well, so it's in the course manual from what I understand.
We can send that. We can have that for you at the next meeting.
Tell it to us before the next meeting? Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, now it won't be different for different districts because there's only one board approved.
No. I'm saying I'd like to see what the board approved list is so that, because the courses would be different for different districts. So I want to see what's on the board approved list where that would, if it would apply to this.
If I understand the process right, and just not all of our CTE kids will take that national level certification test. In the second year, that will count against them in performance. Is that correct? Same thing with IB in the second year, just not in the first year. Okay.
Applied, but I'll say it out loud for completeness. This has to be applied consistently for all approved courses. So we're in something that's not being operationalized in a way that's consistent with the business rules, that'll be ironed out. And then I heard some comments, and I just want to make sure I don't leave anybody's point on the table, not giving it appropriate attention, about whether or not the business rule should also revisit the grade restrictions. Odds all around. Is there anybody that objects to expanding the grades so that it's all high school grades, grades 9 to 12?
Well, so I want to clarify. So we would be adding for the denominator 9th, 10th, and 11th, 9, 10, 11, and 12th graders.
No, I don't think that's a good idea because currently, if you have one junior, then participating all are in the denominator. Currently, with a 10th grader, if you have one 10th grader, then you only have one in the denominator. So you don't want to do that with your 9th and 10th graders because that will be counterproductive as opposed to what you're trying to get accomplished.
I see that would be a big change.
I would leave the 9th and 10th grade denominators as they are because if you change that, then if you have, let's say you have one 10th grader in a 2-year program in CTE, well, they're going to be in the denominator for participation as well as every other 10th grader if it gets changed the way the 11th and 12th graders are now.
Would there not be an opportunity just to simply put the ones who are participating in, just like we're doing at this point, but we will be able to have them in there in their first year when they actually started the course?
Yes, but that's the way that it currently is now. That's exactly right. Yeah.
But right now, only 9th and 10th graders who participate in pass the assessment are included.
Yeah, that would have to change, but you don't want it exactly like the 11th and 12th graders because 11th and 12th graders
I'm not saying that.
9th and 10th graders, whether they're in a 1-year or a 2-year.
Right, that's what I'm speaking of.
Yes.
Right.
No. Well, you don't change that business rule with 9th grade at all. 9.4.2. Oh, I didn't think we were ever discussing that. Oh, I thought we were just talking about them within this. You give them participation for that particular thing that doesn't have an exam at the end only. Yeah.
Not the performance side.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Don't mess with 9.4.2.
Well, we would have, if you're going to include them, I'm afraid you would need to because this says.
Can't they be in the new rule?
Passing. And then the other side, I'm kind of concerned about the counts here. So, are we increasing the denominator for participation to such a degree that we're kind of diluting out participation for 11th and 12th grade.
That's why the numbers matter.
Well, sort of
a little bit. I mean, how many would we?
I do
would be
think
doing
the
this?
business rule has to be modified, right? Because Alan rightly points out that the business rule right now says only include those 9th and 10th grade students who are taking and passing.
Maybe with the exception being those in a 2-year program that doesn't have an exam.
We
at the
have to
end.
just divide it into 2 statements to say 9th and 10th graders who are participating go into the participation category. 9th and 10th graders who, I'm assuming this task force will leave it the same, taking and passing.
I think there's a risk in that because if you know you're just going to get participation credit and not be accountable for performance, a lot of these opportunities aren't geared towards 9th and 10th graders. So it could incentivize districts to say, go take dual enrollment, go take an AP class. As long as you're taking it, we're getting credit for you because we have no expectation that you do well in it. And I don't think that serves the students very well because they're being put into a class that they're not prepared for, and their instruction is going to look different in that class if you throw a whole bunch of kids who aren't prepared.
Heartburn, as I'm just worried
So
about.
that's why when the task force was considering this, we didn't want to do any harm if there were kids that were ready in 9th and 10th grade to take these advanced opportunities, that as soon as they took and passed those, we'd give them credit for everything. But we didn't want to just give them credit for participating because then they might not get the instruction they need. And and like we said, other than CTE, most of these are geared towards 11th and 12th grade students. So
Our start in 10th with dual credit.
Well, and if they're taking dual credit and earning a C or higher, they're included in both. So there's no problem there, and they can only help you. Yeah.
Pocket here are 9th and 10th grade. So this all works fine. It works the same way it always did when they're in a course that culminates in a test. So the little pocket that we just have to deal with is 9th or 10th graders who are in a course that doesn't culminate in a test.
Is there any I don't know the word I'm looking for here, punishment, and that if you do year 1 and not do year 2, like is it? I mean, a kid I know could move out of state and they don't do year 2, but like if the student stays in your school, do they have to do year 2? Like, how does that work?
Not completing.
No punitive measure to the kid, you know.
You know, I was just thinking, well, what's to stop? People put a lot of people in for year 1, and let's take you out before year 2 when you take the exam. I don't know. I mean, is it possible? I don't understand CTE enough to make an educated opinion about that. Maybe somebody else
The
does.
purpose of those programs are for those students to complete, and so it gives them the incentive to do that. And if you're placing them, she's very particular about those that come into the program, ensuring that they are prepared for it, because the purpose is to complete it. The child is not necessarily dinged for it, but the program itself,
when the program is dinged, what does that mean?
So each year, CTE programs receive like a consolidated or a district summary report, which measures them on certain indicators, and some of those indicators have to deal with their completion rate. If a CTE poorly or doesn't meet their targets over a couple of years, then they're at risk of being shut down. So.
Yeah, that's the answer.
Nobody has an answer. I don't know.
without expecting there to be these multi-year courses. So I think the only tweak you'd have to make is that add a line to say 9th and 10th grade students, or regardless of grade, if for calculation of participation only, count. Yeah, you're going to use 11th and 12th as you're going to all 11th and 12th, and for participation, plus any 9th or 10th graders who are enrolled and participating. So it gives them the same boost for participation.
Right. Yeah, don't you leave that statement as it is, who are taking and passing these assessment courses with the exception of, and then there we list our specific situation. Right? Wouldn't you do that instead? Because we want it to be clear everywhere else that nothing else is changing.
Essentially for 2-year CTE programs for kids in their first year is what we're...
What the analog for participation that you currently have for performance, right? Maybe you don't, and that's okay. We should hear that out. But I think that's what I'm hearing from the task force is that if you've got, and there may only be a very small number of these students, but if you have one of these students that's 9th or 10th grade, because right now that doesn't cover it because it only says 11th and 12th, that are participating, not culminating in an assessment, because your 9th and 10th graders in this business rule say only those that take and pass the assessment are going to be the numerator and the denominator. If you want to add a little language that says for the purpose of participation, same concept applies. If they're participating, then put them in the numerator and the denominator. Denominator is 11th and 12th graders, everybody, plus 9th and 10th graders who are in that first year non-assessment portion of the course.
Bettered a lot. So the only way a 9th or 10th grader would be included in participation in it, participation only, would be if they're in the first year of a 2-year program that does not culminate in an assessment after the first year. So any 9th or 10th grader enrolled in any other program still has to take and pass the assessment in order to be counted in participation. So leave, like Ryan was saying, leave that first sentence there and then add the second sentence that specifically addresses.
Add your phrase to introduce your next sentence to clarify. Yeah, right after that one.
We'll have to work on this a little bit, but I just want to understand the point of the committee. I think this is a very helpful clarification. So the things that we accomplished, and I think we're about done, so I'll just say it back. Really 3 things. We're only including students in the denominator who test in the current year for performance. For participation, we just affirmed that students will get participation credit in that first year. And the third thing we just talked about is the denominator is going to be exactly the same, with note that 9th and 10th graders who are in that multi-year course in the first year will get in the numerator and the denominator for participation purposes.
That's going to be based off whatever courses are identified by the board.
The performance is not changed with respect to how we feel about 9th and 10th graders when they take and pass it.
I would say the key components of what we put in the rule is 2-year program, and they do not have the opportunity to meet the performance criteria. That's the 2 part that you got to make clear, and as long as we make that clear. Well, they don't have it.
Not the opportunity to take the test, because you can change the opportunity. You can't change.
Okay, well, okay. Yeah.
I have one thing left, and we'll pay attention carefully, please, colleagues, to the notes when you see them. And if you feel like this doesn't document the discussion in the way that you want it to, then send us an email between meetings or bring it up at the next meeting and we'll get that revised. But I think we're in good shape here. The last thing we have planned for the agenda today is same thing we did at the first meeting. We'd like to go around and.
Sorry,
Oh,
we
I'm
have
sorry.
Heather Marks. We have a little bit more on the.
Oh, okay, thank you.
The dual credit courses. So to be clear on the. That piece is ready to move forward through approval.
Nobody has any objections to what was proposed.
That piece on and check that box and.
We wanted to also bring up about not just dual credit, but the weighting piece.
I have 2 slides, so whichever one you want to slide.
I'll start with this. We addressed the committee, I guess it was last spring, acceleration component of the accountability model, where everything's equally weighted, meaning dual enrollment, AP, IB. So the proposal was issued that we weight IB, Cambridge, AP, and the industry certifications, essentially, for lack of a better term, double than dual enrollment. Reason being, all of that second factor has an outside indicator to qualify the student for with a test. With the dual enrollment, you have a C or better, which can vary from across 15 different community colleges across the state. So to put weight behind it, also an AP student, IB student, Cambridge student, or the industry certification, those students are in this classes much longer. They're in their class for a year versus a dual enrollment class would be a 1 semester. So that was one proposal that we brought forward. The second proposal, which I don't believe we discussed last time, but was also the reason why I provided you a copy of the updated dual enrollment procedures manual. This was a document that was created across the board from K-12 to community college to IHL. As there is a list of approved, what is considered approved course dual enrollment courses by the community college. It's on page 23. And these courses all are articulated to degree programs through what's called the Mississippi Articulation Transfer Tool, the MAT. And so we know that when the kids take these classes, it will articulate to a program at our 4-year institution. What we're seeing, though, with dual enrollment, because our business rules currently state any dual enrollment class is accepted, you can imagine what some of the districts are possibly enrolling their students in for dual enrollment classes. And that's really not at the best interest of the student, because some of those classes will not be articulated onto their degree program. So we looked at limiting our possibility, the discussion of limiting dual credit classes to the approved dual credit list, with the exception of adding Calculus 1 and any other languages that are taken, because some of the specific languages are not listed on this list. So those are some proposed topics for discussion that we were looking to bring forward to the committee. And I did get some clarification on IB, but we can discuss that afterwards. Yeah, okay.
Can I speak?
So I have two, if you want to go back to, so I have 2 parts to bring forward. One is the considering of weighting on the acceleration component, weighting IB, AP, Cambridge, and second part was on the dual enrollment, limiting the actual points the credit given to the approved list. That's not to say a student couldn't take a dual enrollment class. They could take any dual enrollment class they wanted, but as a dual credit list, only listing, giving approval for the accountability model to this list. And if you do want to look on page 27, we changed the name this year to Accelerated Programs because we've added in, we're working on ensuring credit across the board, equal credit. The AP, especially since it's so large in our state, that now a 3 is a 3 across the board from our community colleges to our IHLs. But that's a huge mark. If you know that, I used to teach AP US history. I'd have to tell my kids, I'm sorry, you got to go look at the institution. And so Ole Miss may take a 4, State may take a 3. So now we've gotten all of our institutions on board to accept a 3 or higher. The same, if you'll turn, there's a policy for IB, and we're currently working on a policy for Cambridge right now, which we hope to have by the end of the spring. So with that, I will also say that our institutions also look at the type of students, to be quite frankly. And by the way, I apologize. My name's Heather Morrison. I stepped in for Nathan. Nathan was called out for a meeting. And I work as a liaison between MDE and higher ed. But our higher ed institutions, especially our IHLs, really look at our AP students because those are the type of students that persevere, they graduate on time in 4 years and so forth. And so they charged me with the task of first bringing this conversation to the accreditation task force because they saw where the push was really, they were getting a lot of dual enrolled students. In fact, our current enrollment, overall enrollment for community colleges right now is 14% dual enrolled students. The overall enrollment is dual enrollment students. That's a huge trend shift. And it goes directly back to if you look at our accountability model, you can see the year that the acceleration piece went into place. Dual enrollment numbers went straight up from there. So just throwing out some topics to discuss.
One major problem that we face as practitioners is having enough certified teachers. And one thing that dual credit allows us to do is not employ the teacher. That's one avenue that we have that our kids get to take advanced courses through a university without having to incur the cost or find a teacher to teach the course. On AP, typically there's a few opportunities that you can do that online, but not near as many opportunities as through a dual credit. So I know a lot of your rural places have a hard time finding AP certified teachers, and if you do get one, keeping them is another problem as well. So that's one negative point. I think that has a lot to do with the shift that you've seen is the number of overall AP certified teachers going down.
I agree with that. I also see that it's a you can get 2 for 1. I could have a kid take Comp 1 and Comp 2 rather than I mean.
Yes, that's that. Yeah.
Ask what your master's was in, and that's what classes that we were going to teach. Unfortunately, we're now seeing the repercussions on the that these students are taking classes that they no longer need. Our degree programs in our institutions run between 120 and 124 hours. That's a very narrow avenue now for elective credit. And so our kids are coming out of high school with lots of these extra dual enrollment courses that are not needed.
How about we explore the limiting of this list instead of the double? Because, I agree there might be some things on here that kids don't need, but there are a ton of things that kids can take dual credit that everybody needs,
I guess my question would be for that, are we hurting dual enrollment by allowing the AP courses to weigh a little bit more? Because one of the issues that we're having, and we love dual enrollment, I mean, we pay for students to take up to 12 hours for our district. However, we're having a hard time getting students to enroll in the AP courses because of the way we do dual enrollment. So my thing is it hurting either way to allow them? They're still being weighted. I mean, they're still getting the extra. Not only are they getting the extra, they're getting the college credit for it, but also giving AP an opportunity to,
I don't think it would hurt the student.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm asking. So I'm in a rural district as well, so I don't know that where it would hurt to allow the weighting of the AP. It's not going to. I don't see where it would hurt dual enrollment. Is what I'm saying.
I think the change that the IHL has made with accepting and normalizing 3 hour, 3 on the AP is going to be college credit. That's going to be, because I know that AP has been huge in our district in the past, but when parents were making decisions and they didn't know if AP was going to count or not, they were choosing dual enrollment because you couldn't be taken away. It was articulation agreements, and so they were taking that unless they were going out of state.
Right.
Now that they know that they're getting college credit, our AP numbers this year have taken an uptick, and I think will continue to take an uptick because of that.
Worth twice as much as a dual credit?
I think, I think when you look at the length of time, now let's just say if you have a semester and you compare, I receive the equal amount as a district or high school for one AP class as I could put a child in 2 dual credit classes. So you're receiving 2 for 1, if that makes sense. So if you look at it semester by semester, and you give credit for semester 1, semester 2 of an AP class, does that make any sense?
I think the difficulty of passing the AP examination at the end, not only the time piece, but taking a 3 or higher on an AP calculus assessment, the rigor of that compared to the making a C in college algebra is, I think, would definitely be worth the weight of the assessments when you look at the rigor.
So how would that count? Would you get 1 point for participation, or 2 points for participation, or 1 point for performance, 2 points for performance? How would that look?
Right now, it's the first thing that a student gets credit for participation that you get 1 point for in the numerator, and then you get 0.1 for each additional thing. So are we saying they would get 2 for their first thing and then 0.2 for each additional if it's an AP thing? I mean, when we say double, that's what I think we mean. And then on performance side, they get 1 for the first thing, then they get 1.1 for each additional thing. So are we saying 2 for the first thing and then 2.2 for each additional thing if it's AP?
I thought we were just talking about the performance side, the additional credit on the performance side, not the participation side.
Identify, what are we talking about?
Also on this too, you also included CTE programs.
Test and national test, so those kids pay to receive credit for the performance.
Are you recommending double the weighting for them to count
However,
twice as much?
Whatever the task force thinks is best to.
I just wanted to be clear if you were recommending double the weighting or just to allow some type of additional weighting.
Type of additional, statistically, I don't know how to put that, but additional weighting for that because it has that outside factor.
Yeah, I think we should sort of take this in chunks, and I think the first chunk is just that, is the task force of the mind that some additional influence in the accountability system is warranted when the student takes one of these qualifying courses and earns, well, again, that's already one of the decision points, either the enrollment in the course, as Ryan points out, do you do this separately for participation and performance, or would you just want to have the boost in performance? And yeah, I think how we do that, there's a lot of ways, but you're getting a sense for getting a sense for what your policy goal is here as a task force will help us to do that. So I could see, for example, a point of view that says participation might be more of the equity focus, where you award sort of the full range of opportunities, but performance is where you get an opportunity to really differentiate between those more rigorous outcomes and the ones that may not be as rigorous. I don't know as much about some of the differences in expectations of these courses as some of you around the table do, but if that's the policy ambition of the group, we can certainly imagine how that's done. So I think I shared, that Heather reminded me, at the last time you guys spoke, I think we looked at Louisiana as one state that has what they call a validated credit, and we create 2 different tiers of performance for some of these qualifying outcomes in comparison to the ones that aren't. So that's an example of how we can approach this.
So if the task force is the mindset to pursue that, then between now and the next meeting, we will research what the states are doing and putting together a proposal
as much
back some options of what that might look like.
much guidance as the task force can give us will help us to focus our homework. So,
like I said earlier, I don't debate what you're saying with you can take 2 to 1. I just think in rural districts such as mine and several others, finding the amount of AP certified teachers is going to be a problem, making this not to be equitable across the state. When dual credit has gotten better every year in terms of being available to everyone. Now, like I said, I think it makes almost more sense to change this list of Appendix 5 courses as opposed to giving more credit to AP, because our goal with the model itself is to be equitable to everyone. So there's just not a ton of AP certified teachers out there to come teach everywhere.
I think there's still we've heard about the equitable piece in dual credit for forever.
There's still
relationship in your location to colleges around you and whatnot. So that's I think that's just as big a situation as it ever was. It's just people are working on it more. But to me, it goes back to what we talked about a while ago. When you talk about your numbers, if you put too many students in on the participation side and they don't meet it on the performance numerator, you've hurt yourself. And so AP, honestly, it becomes a choice. It becomes one of those things, and you don't want to make a decision. I don't like having a conversation about what gets you accountability points. I don't want it to be different than what's best for a kid. And so AP weighting, I think, is worthy pursuing. I'm not saying let's vote for it right now, but I think it's certainly worth looking at numbers and seeing what it would look like in the next meeting. That's my opinion.
I was going to say, in addition to that, because we are very focused on college readiness, if we can look at career readiness and possibly look at ACT Work Keys, which is a third-party assessment, and if you have a silver or a platinum, silver or higher, or a platinum level, could that not also go into this conversation of weighting, because it's third-party and it gives an indicator of career readiness, so that when we say college and career readiness, we're truly doing
that with
right.
ACT.
So another thing to consider with the performance weight, it's like Ryan said, that the participation weight for multiple courses and the performance weight for multiple courses are not the same, because it's 0.1 for every one for participation, but it's 1.1 for performance. So if we're talking about doubling points or increasing points, and that could be a factor with regards to the performance, since your 1.1 is in play rather than 0.1. Something to consider.
Well, I had a question. On page 19, there's a sample CTE dual enrollment form. However, on page 23, there aren't any CTE courses that have been approved. So are we adding to?
No, we're not, because we have 15 different colleges and 15 different CTE programs, and not everybody has the same CTE programs, and they also do those programs.
So does
the CTE means elected not to have an approved list. The approved list comes from the academic means.
So
Any CTE course.
any CTE course would be appropriate. Okay, that's what I needed to know. Academic. Yep. Sure.
Because it wouldn't be fair to limit to a list that maybe James calls off or something.
Like coding versus engineering or whatever. Yeah. Okay. So I think to add that on there would help us, just to say any CTE course would be appropriate, so, depending on your location.
Would we need to tell you, about what kind of weighting we're talking about for you to analyze data, or is that something?
Well, obviously there's two factors here. We have to decide what outcomes are qualifying, and we have to decide what kind of influence we think a qualifying outcome should have, and whether or not that would be in both performance and participation, or outcome we're trying to validate is a level of performance. So, yeah, we can certainly create some, a model or two and run it and see. I mean, I'm not sure how much benefit we'll get from going back in the data and see what kind of influence it's going to have, because the whole idea is to change practice and to create conditions. But I know that's going to be on the mind of the task force whenever we explore a potential solution. But yeah, I don't know, Ryan, any thoughts you have to help us focus our thinking will help us to at least explore the kinds of models that the task force thinks are most promising.
Just what we just talked about too with the IB and the CTE. Okay, well now in the first year, are we going to give them 2 participation points? Or are we going to do? You see it. So now it sort of changed that conversation we just had. So
I think that I agree with you there. I think the decision that we just made may influence whether this is just AP or if IB and CTE is in that as well, because we kind of just handled that, so to speak.
You said everything but dual credit, so that's in
that was what we initially were proposing making our today, but we didn't know about the other conversation. Right.
Which could benefit students more in the long run, but it's going to hurt the first couple of years.
Well, you wouldn't count it twice in the denominator. You just count it twice weight in the numerator. So it's really I guess, a risk. Like, are you?
I mean, that's what I was.
Am I going to go for it more because I get more chance? I mean, I'm not. You don't think like that in any way, but you understand what I'm saying.
Also have, I'm sorry, go ahead. I was going to say, you also have to have people who are qualified to teach the AP classes. So in my district, which is right down the street from your district, I have maybe one person qualified to teach AP class. So when you start looking at equity across the board, then we have to be real mindful that we don't create a situation where it's the haves and the have-nots, and that's what I foresee happening, but I would like to see the data first.
Couple observations. One, I think it's awesome that you got a 3 and above universal, so that's really cool. But 2, I really like tests. Like, I like third-party evaluations. But I have a hard time making dual enrollment not be as important of an outcome as these other opportunities for reasons that Tracy said and others have espoused. Is there's not always that opportunity to take AP or IB or even some of the CTE programs that you have fantastic labs for. And there is arguably different rigor in dual enrollment classes, just like there's probably different rigor in the classes in the schools that you all are in too. But I would hate to see a student being disincentivized for going for a dual enrollment credit because the school wants to keep them there to give them a shot in an AP course that they might not be completely ready for. And earning an A in a dual credit course might be better than earning a 3 or higher in an AP course or 4 in IB. And I think a lot of where I'm coming from the students' attitude and mentality, taking a dual enrollment credit, especially if it's on a campus with other peers that are college, quote unquote, college material, has some value in it, but also getting those students some college credit so they're already on their path, and being able to get them out there into the, you know, thinking post-secondary rather than just, oh, I took an AP class and I failed it, rather than being able to go to the dual enrollment course, earn their B or C or whatever it is. And I think by limiting the dual enrollment courses that count, and are ones that will be on track for earning an AA or an AS or a 4-year degree, I think is a huge step in the right direction. So I'm really tentative to say that dual and credit is half as important as all the other opportunities for post-secondary. Yeah.
Go at it that way, not to diminish, because certainly our community college partners are our friends, and it's a post-secondary course. But if you look at the other factors to make it equitable, we're looking at that warranting the extra weight. And the question was posed last time to the task force, to some people that were not here this time, would this change drive how you changed your district? And they said absolutely. So whether it's dual credit, whether weight's there, we're going to go wherever that accountability model pushes us, and that's ultimately what it boils down to.
I think it's important. Let's not get too hung up on the weight. You know, double, half extra credit, this kind of thing. Let's really try to stay focused on, you know, what are the most important things that we want to incentivize in our accountability model. And it's not clear to me. And I mean this when I say I'm not saying this rhetorically. Are there certain prized outcomes we don't feel like are appropriately awarded in the model that we need to dial up the importance of, or are there some outcomes that we feel like we're giving too much push for? And you know, what's going to be, as the expression goes, the shortest line to the biggest gain? Is it that we feel like there are some dual credit experiences that we just don't think stand with the others that we want to try to address with some tweaks to the model? Is it a combination of both? We both need to increase the influence of the most prized accomplishments and reduce any kinds of influence of accomplishments that really don't stand with the others. Again, we've seen in some states that have gone through, because equity is a huge conversation throughout all of this, and some that I've heard many of you say this already, this idea that we'd love to give more AP courses, but it's an issue of resources. It's an issue of being able to do that, and we don't want to create a playing field that's not level for all schools and districts. In some cases, we've seen states there's a number of accomplishments in column A, column B, and column C, and any one of these things in each column is worth X amount of points, and you get the best from those columns. You sum that up, and you get it. So here's sort of a level 1 accomplishment, a level 1.2 accomplishment, and a level 1.5 accomplishment, and we'll aggregate those together, looking at the best from among choices that were judged to be of relatively equal standing. And this is just the kind of group, I think, to help make those kinds of decisions. So that may be the kinds of models that we want to look at and see. I don't want to get away from the equity piece, and also I just didn't want to, if there's enough of a sense from the task force that we need to better incent some of the most prized outcomes, you know, let's say that, and let's be really clear about what those are, and I don't want to get too hung up on, oh, it's going to be double the weight or something like that, because I think that's easily tweaked.
This is coming in from a whole different, the other end of the spectrum. I know community colleges, the friends I have, whatever, their biggest concern is that you know, any student seems like that enrolls in a dual credit course is going to get a C or higher. I mean, it's just, that's almost, you know, that's a given. They're going to get that, and where it's harder to get an AP course, you know, it's harder to get that 3. So if you don't punish the student, but instead of weighting the AP, you say you have to have a B or higher in order for it to count in the accountability model in an AP course. But grade inflation can be grade inflation. Then all of a sudden everybody's making Bs. You know, I understand that.
Great example of what I'm talking about. Let's try to come up with those, because you're making a good point about, you know, there's not really a way to tell if that dual credit experience is The
What
student
is
hasn't
a-
been
what is
successful
a-
because there's
what
not
is
really
a-
a floor
yeah, What
there.
is
Yeah.
a 3 on an AP test?
Yeah.
That's not commensurate with a C in a dual credit course. I mean, it's
Well, if you look,
it depends on where you take it.
Also, I would like to point out that every district can choose their own weighting system. So as it's the dual enrollment grades are not pulled from the community colleges. They're pulled from exactly what was put in the student package system. So if a district decides to weight their dual 90 could be 100, or they could go from a D to a C. So they're not pulling directly from their systems.
Like Deborah, the districts reported. Yeah.
But I like to just add that that's not with all districts, because we go directly through Hines. We use Hines instructors, so we do take their actual grade. And we have had students to make an F simply because they did not do what they needed to do. So we just want to.
But some districts weight the Hines grade and put it in their student package system. So you have two transcripts. You have a Hines transcript and you have a high school transcript. So the weighted grades go in the high school, not on the community college side. And we don't pull from the community colleges.
Here's the question: can we?
That should be the rule. Yes.
That could be the agreement.
Yeah.
That's right. But that's going to have to be all of the community colleges agreeing to do that. But that's something we brought up, which I can ask them.
Well, yeah, I think you bring up a good point, and that's we need some standardization there, because obviously we want equal measures of performance across the state.
I mean, right now, I mean, it's much. I mean, how easy it is going to be different in every district, but it's much easier to get a C than it is a 3. I mean, that's just the facts. And so, if we want to, I just keep going back to, well, what's best for the student should be what's in the accountability model. And just the truth is, in acceleration, it's not right now. I mean, and so you do, with AP and the pass rates for AP, the truth is the districts that add AP hurt themselves in the accountability model. And so this is a way to at least look at that. Does it fix it? I don't know if it's going to fix it, because again, did the kid make the 3 to begin with? If he didn't make the kid 3 to begin with, you're not getting any points anyway. But it's at least incentive for people to say, hey, let's still increase AP, because number one, that's best for kids, and hey, we may get extra weight if the students who are prepared and take the test. So I think it's worth pursuing.
I don't think you want to hit on either end of the spectrum. You don't want to disincentivize kids taking dual enrollment.
I agree.
But you also don't want to depress AP either. And it's all it's what's best for the student.
We could get every kid in the state that could have opportunities to take the same amount of AP as everybody. Then
Well, we don't have it for dual credit right now, but we're still going that route.
That's right. You don't, but it's better than AP.
That'd be arguable. It depends on what district and location you're in.
Yeah.
Well,
I would argue with you against that, but I'm in a different place.
I think in order to move forward on this, probably we're going to have to bring some specific ideas to this group, and at least, if nothing else, to use that as a springboard to really elicit what our values and priorities are. And maybe if we could give you some frameworks or some models to react to, maybe we'll make a little progress on this. I'm definitely hearing folks say we can improve this by trying to create more standardization, create some categories that will be more heavily weighted, but I don't know that we have some full agreement about what those are going to be, what are the outcomes we're going to do, and how much. And so let's and just be blunt, we're just about out of time. So I think yes, ma'am.
Also, we've got to work on building a cadre of people to help, because one of my friends happens to teach in a district that's not where I work, and she said it takes 5 years to be a good AP teacher, and she has some amazing students where she is. And I think I'm in the Delta, so we're lucky to have 1 or 2 AP, and if we get somebody, sometimes they leave. But I think that's something that needs some work statewide, is like
constant cadres or.
A lot of upcoming changes this next year where they're going to have online resources for all students, online resources for all instructors. Those changes are all upcoming, and we're preparing professional development to get the word out to teachers and districts. So there are positive changes the College Board is trying to do to help students as well.
We've so I need to give you time. I promised I would, for us to go around the horn and make some any last comments. I also want to, if it's okay with you, Paul and Alan and others, thank you, Heather. I want to make sure that we've got our future meeting scheduled. I think we only have, let me actually just do that now. Do folks have access to your calendars quickly? The next one that I have on my calendar is February 28th. I hope that's still okay with everybody. I think we need to go ahead and put one in March or April. I'm afraid, because I can promise you we're going to have plenty of work to do that we're not going to get all done in February. So let me just say some dates, and you guys tell me yes or no. March 28th. Wait, there's no way the first date that I said is going to work for everybody. Wow. Okay. Wow.
Look at my calendar. It's like,
yeah. Well, don't do it, Ryan. He said it's the most perfect.
No,
day.
I'm just saying.
No, I said it's my wife's birthday. Does that mean I say I can't do that? 'Cause I don't.
Yes. Tell her to come. Well, listen, we'll get her a cake.
I don't have a work reason I can't.
Bring her with you. Take her out to eat here in Jackson.
A week. But we'll bring a cake for.
Right, you can postpone it a day.
That's a good answer. That sounds like a smart man. All right, then I'm going to suggest let's hold March 28th on our calendars. Okay, and we do have a lot of topics to get to and to continue with, but we were very productive today, so thank you, colleagues. That was really good. I think the only thing left is yes, ma'am.
So if it happens to be like a board meeting or work session or something where we have to leave this room and we still want to meet in another room or in another location across the street at Wolford or something. Right.
You guys ever meet in different parts of the state? You always meet in Jackson.
That's a good idea.
That actually was a conversation at the board meeting last month about having some meetings that were off-site, but I don't know when they'll do that.
We'll investigate that.
But if this room is taken, I mean, it would likely have to be the Woolfolk building to be able to accommodate.
All right, we will get minutes out. Or I should actually not so much minutes. We'll get meeting summaries, meeting summary out within a week or so after this meeting, and let's go around. And we'll start with you, Richard. And time to have any closing remarks, focusing on issues that you'd like to highlight as a priority for us to either continue to press on, or new issues that we haven't yet brought up that you'd like to invite us to take up at future task force meetings.
Okay. I think that one issue that we might need to look at, I don't know what we can do about it, is if you go to different conferences in Mississippi, if you talk to different people, and then they're all superintendents at Mass or wherever they all say the same thing, that there's something going on with level 3, with 3A, 3B, that it is very hard to get children to grow or get out of there. And just maybe we can investigate to see is that an artifact in the accountability system. What's going on in there? And if nothing else, this might be beyond the scope of this task force, but what kind of strategies could be provable strategies that could be done to get kids out of there? Because it seems like it's a statewide issue. In every district, that the 3A, 3B students are the most difficult ones to move to the next growth level. So I think that's something that might be really beneficial for us to look into.
And I'm not sure if mine deals directly with this task force, but looking at gifted as it goes through 6th grade, I know for our districts and for several districts, 6th grade is in the middle school, and it's difficult to find gifted teachers right now, and so it's certainly difficult to find those that stretch across those grade bands. So looking at possibly having gifted go from 2nd through 5th grade as opposed 2nd through 6th grade.
One of the things that's burning for me is more of a worry. What are we going to do with the students, you know, looking at last year's data that at 3, and I know that 3 is going to be the cut score, and worrying about the bottleneck of students there. That's just what's weighing heavy on my mind.
About the 3rd grade. Yep.
Would like to have some information on alternately assessed students and if whether or not they will play a role in the accountability model for 1819.
One quick word of thanks on behalf of K-12 people, because I know that affects very few in the grand scheme of things. We've been working on it 2 years, but it's still working on it. So that's great, and made a lot of progress today, I think. So we appreciate your efforts on our behalf. Truly do. Not just K-12, I guess non-traditional is what I should start saying from now on.
I agree with Mr. Balico with the 3As and 3Bs. You know, we maybe some type of growth for maintaining those. Exploring minimum in count. Now that we have the EL component that's counting for 5% of the model, the in counts all over the state, you would have less than 1% counting for 5% of the model in some cases up as few as 20% counting for 5%. So exploring that and also looking at the disparities of the bottom quartile students across the state. What makes that up, and if we're measuring the same thing when we're measuring bottom 25 growth in different districts.
I definitely echo concerns with the reading gate and the level 3s. And then one other concern for our transient schools who have a lot of, or right on that border of that in count, just looking at how that affects our accountability model. If 1 year that 5% component for EL counts and then 1 year it doesn't, are we going to be able to accurately see their growth or see how they're declining, since we'll be jumping in and out of both versions?
Again, I'll say EL in count because I think that if you hear it more than one time, you'll say, oh, they really want to talk about that. It's important for us to just be mindful of the minimum count and also the percentages, as Ken said, across the state. You know, we have some people with 15%, theirs will only count for 5%. And then people like my district, I'm 4.5%, so I'm right on the line, so I'm okay with that. But there's some people with 0.1%, you said? Yeah, and theirs will count as 5% in the accountability model. And then the second thing is for us to seriously look at the ACT work keys as an indicator for career readiness. We do a great job with college readiness assessments, but we need to give as much focus to career readiness and then attaching that to the accountability model in some form or fashion, because we can't get lost on one end and lose sight of the other set of children who are going directly into the workforce.
I agree, looking at the work keys, because we are looking at career readiness also. The bottom 25% and how it's made up, I'd like a little bit clarification on that from district to district.
I don't really have anything, I think, new since the last meeting, but I echo the 3A, 3B. Maybe we need to consider a 3C. But the growth is markedly different in 3A and 3B compared to the other performance levels statewide every year. I would also think we need to look at maybe an FAY component for acceleration. I think I said that last time. And then also the TSI, ATSI designations. I know Nathan told us why we had to run them through the entire accountability model, each component, because the USD said they wouldn't allow proficiency only, but maybe we need to consider now a third option, because at the high school level, you only have 49 schools out of 243 that have the opportunity to be labeled TSI or ATSI for the IEP subgroup. Should it really be that way? You're punished for being a large school. And so I think we need to look at it again and go back to the drawing board, or can we ask the USD, do you see this data? It's flawed. Can we reconsider this? One of those things.
I don't really have any new other than what's been said. I echo the third grade reading gate. I think we're all anxious about what that's going to look like, and also echo the growth for 3A and 3B. That's something, we have less than 6-7% at 1s and 2s. Everybody is 3 and higher, but they're all bottlenecked there in 3s.
I would reiterate the ATSI, TSI in count and the disparity of larger schools being more identified than smaller schools when it came to that 3-year. And if you didn't meet one component, then you don't meet the in count in one component from 1 year, you're out for the smaller schools.
I don't have anything new that everybody else hasn't said. Just want to thank everybody for their cooperation. I thought we made some progress on some pretty difficult topics today.
I'm in agreement with Principal Lindsay. I'd like to see what else comes from the ID coverage, and also still from the belief with the AP class hitters, equity. I don't think it's penalized schools in good positions because of the position. I think more points for AP coverage to make the students.
I would have to reemphasize that again. I think dual enrollment is very important, and especially when you've established partnerships like we have with Hines Community College, and you look at all of the various schools that have the early colleges and the middle colleges. There has been a big push for that. So if we would go back and make changes now, I'm concerned that that could be a detriment, as well as figuring out how we can add the work keys to that acceleration piece as well. Or college and readiness piece.
Thank you for facilitating, Chris. I think you did a really good job. I appreciated the conversation and the discussions today, and think we did a really good job problem solving on a lot of really tough issues. So, thanks.
Point out real quick, we did have another slide that we were going to discuss, but we ran out of time, so we'll just carry this over to the next agenda, and the work keys are on there. So.
We've made a lot of progress in 2 meetings. We've had some huge topics, and Mr. Cantrell's point about this non-traditional piece, I'm glad that we can. I hope that we're working towards some closure. You probably want to just come back.
I'm glad we could find a solution before you retire.
It's a public meeting. You come, mark your calendar, February 28th and March 28th.
Alan, you got anything? Okay. Thank you all. Let's go ahead and officially adjourn. Really appreciate the good work and the good thinking of this group. It's a pleasure to work with you all. Have a great next few weeks, and we'll see you.